Greetings, everyone. Happy Wednesday. We're kind of, by happenstance of sorts, slipping back into a former recognizable sort of schedule for streams, question mark? I mean, don't expect this to keep up, but it's Wednesday and I streamed on Monday. It's a pattern that feels somewhat familiar, or would have if I could tell which day is which is I don't know, a bit of a struggle, but here we are. What's up, Killick, Why Not, Ryu, Mudbound Dragon, Space Hopper Copter, Lurkers, Enchant, VOD viewers, and everybody else? We are, of course, back at it again for some Prince of Persia port exploration. I am very excited to have this project underway. I'm very excited to make progress. And I'm very excited to start exploring and finding some interesting quirks and differences in all these versions that we're going to be playing. Fair warning, I guess, to everyone who's not currently tuned in. But I think we're going to get into things rather quickly. I don't particularly have a lot that I want to regale you with, you know, at the top of the stream. And if anything, I've been really itching to get to some, you know, ledge grabbing, sword fighting, swashbuckling, dungeon escaping adventure. I had a kind of ambitious thought, maybe, after last stream of how much ground we might be able to cover tonight, and I think the speed with which we managed to get going will be a deciding factor, or at least a strongly contributing factor, to how you know, how effective we actually can be. We'll get into the whole overview of where we're at in the project and what we're doing very, very shortly. I'm just now trying to think if there's anything else that I wanted to kind of go over, but I really think there isn't. I think anything that I would like to go over as any kind of, you know, intro or sort of table setting or what have you is all really better done while looking at the game list or just kind of being in Prince of Persia mode. What's up, Mimic Box? Happy Persia Day. Indeed, indeed. So yeah, this is like unprecedented 13 minutes into the stream here, but I think we're actually really just gonna hop on over here. You may notice that I've elected today to actually bring the timer on screen. We'll see how that affects the things, but you know, I never really felt like that was something that was going to be necessary for this, but after how everything went last time, I kind of feel, you know what, it might actually be of interest to see how the game time and real-time clock compares. Last time, you may be asking, it's not really a question, but if you put a question mark at the end, I guess it's a question. What's up, Mendel? This is the list of games that we will be exploring over the course of this project, and this represents a roughly, and to the best of my ability, chronological list of releases. Of course, the Apple II original is the very first one in 1989, and that's the one we started with. We then advanced to the DOS port in 1990, which was kind of the, for all intents and purposes, like the main version, I think, for most people. That's the version that most people were probably familiar with eventually. And I think it's the version that most people think of. If you try to picture Prince of Persia in your mind, you probably picture the DOS version. And some, but not all, of the computer versions that came after it, or at least are listed after it here in my list, are sort of derived from the DOS version, or at least shares a lot of elements with it, and are, dare I say it, probably lesser versions of it. The DOS version in its own right, of course, is highly faithful to the Apple II original. Really the two, I guess we can call it three main differences. The most obvious difference, just looking at it in still image form immediately, is that the graphics are all redone. But it also runs much better. The Apple II version, again, I'm emulating most of these. I can't necessarily claim that we are playing everything in a way that's authentic to how it may have run on original hardware. And a lot of these systems may have had hardware, specs that were such that, you could run this on different kinds of Apple IIs, you could run it on different kinds of Amigas, etc. So, performance might differ in that sense too. But as far as I'm aware, there's no, at least contemporary Apple II computer that would run this game at like full speed, consistently anyway. The game has a very variable game speed, which really affects how the game feels. The controls are excellent. The Apple II version is good. It's a great game. It is Prince of Persia, Nothing of what makes Prince of Persia a masterpiece and an amazing game were wholly new in the DOS version. I think the fact that you can, provided you've got like a, 386 or faster, run it at a consistent speed, makes it feel much better. But the level designs are all the same. The mechanics are all the same. The controls are all the same. It's the same game. So the graphics are the immediately obvious difference. The fact that it runs at a consistent speed is the second, obvious difference. And the third, I guess, is the sound. The musical compositions that were created for the original game are all still there, but, they play using more than one bit of hardware that's hardly designed to produce sound. I don't know if the DOS version ever had support for different sound hardware that may generate slightly different sounding music. We're not really going to be digging into it to that degree of depth, but it adds a lot of sampled sound effects that I think for many people who have played the DOS version or other subsequent versions, like those sounds are really iconic. And I guess if we're looking at new additions of things that weren't in the Apple II version, I think it's fair to say that some of those sound effects really add to the game. It adds something that really wasn't there. And as far as features, the DOS version does add the leaderboard for completion times, which to my knowledge, as far as I could tell, does not appear to be present in the Apple II version. And that's a neat little thing. It doesn't really make or break the game, but it's a good addition. I like it. And we'll see later, a lot of the Japanese versions include more fleshed out, like time attack, leaderboard type features, which is, pretty cool for a game that's obviously very centered on the idea of clearing it quickly. But essentially, I think it's... we talked about this previously as well. Personally, I am not in love with the graphics in the DOS version. I think they're all fine. I don't dislike them. But I think they are quite plain in a lot of ways. Like, it feels like a game, because it is, but it just feels like a game where the graphics were adapted from simpler graphics. It doesn't really look... Well, it doesn't not look like a 1990 VGA DOS game, but, it doesn't have a very fleshed out visual style given what the platform could have been capable of. But I would imagine that there are multiple reasons for that, not just because it's all based on Apple II graphics, but I could see them also wanting to deliberately keep things sort of, targeting a lower common denominator. Now, there aren't that many versions that actually use the exact same graphics, but it makes sense, I guess. The Amiga version, I think, is probably the one that looks the most like the DOS version, so they could have deliberately kept things simple to make sure it would port well to the Amiga. I don't really know, but it's plausible to me at least. But really, they didn't go above and beyond in like repainting and redrawing and like, the Apple II version has a lot of sort of dithering and patterns, and like I don't know the specifics of how graphics rendering on the Apple II works, but It has a very, very limited color palette. The entire game is in 4 colors. It's black, white, blue, and orange for the most part. So the DOS version, you know, does some visual interpretation of assigning different colors and maybe shades to different dither patterns and stuff like that. It sort of comes up with its own color palette because, again, for all intents and purposes, the Apple II version is essentially monochromatic. There really isn't anything in the game really that you can talk about what color is it, and you know, you can point at the screen and say it's blue or light blue or orange, but like there might be things in that world that are supposed to be crimson or green or, you know, a deep royal blue, and the game just can't depict that. So it sort of is abstracted in a little way. You have to kind of use your imagination, which works well with the graphics the way they're presented. But when converting it to DOS, you know, they couldn't really... I mean, I guess you get the same thing if you play it in CGA or something, but essentially they had to make artistic decisions as to what colors things should be. And some of those decisions, I think, lead to a fairly... I don't want to be too negative because it doesn't look bad, but it has a pretty simplistic, a little plain and somewhat mundane look. It's nothing to do with technical limitations on the DOS part. It's just that the you know, to use a frame of reference that maybe is more familiar to more people, like, you know, take an original Game Boy game. Imagine that, imagine if Nintendo ported Metroid 2 to the Super Nintendo. You know, they would have to decide whether a cave is green or purple or red or brown, because the Game Boy's, you know, it's 4 shades of pea soup, and that's all you get. The Apple II is kind of the same thing. So in those choices, they were forced, they had to make artistic choices, and I think some of those choices, it's not even really a matter of the choices being good or bad, but I think the choices as made, on account of no longer being left to the viewer's interpretation, result in something that is less abstract and by definition more grounded and kind of like you just take it at face value, whereas the Apple version, you kind of fill in some of the blanks yourself. And this is not really a critique of the DOS version, because I think they did a good job for the most part. It's just an interesting observation going from one to the other, that certain things, like even the character graphics, the fact that the characters don't really have any shading or detail, they're mostly just like in silhouette. But on the Apple II, you wouldn't really expect anything else. In the DOS version, that feels like a more deliberate sort of thing. They didn't, because it is, you know, they didn't trace over all the sprites and add in a lot of detail, which was done for plenty of other versions. And that's an interesting choice. And I don't think that choice in itself is a bad choice at all. I think the characters look great for the most part. It's just, again, it takes something that was more abstract, and by increasing the fidelity, no longer leaving it abstract in the same way, which to me has an impact on the visuals, where I wouldn't say that I think the DOS version looks worse. I don't know that I would say that I prefer the Apple version's visuals over the DOS version, but I think there's a certain quality to the Apple version's visuals that I find really intriguing and enticing, which that specific little thing is not really present in the DOS version and some of the other versions. And it's not a matter of the DOS version being weaker. It's more so about identifying what is a unique appeal of the Apple II version that is missing in other versions. I mean, that's not unique for the DOS version. It's, you know, it's more about the Apple II version having a unique, specific little thing that makes it special than any kind of failure on the part of the DOS version. And I think we will, moving forward, we will find many such little details. And I would say the versions that we're going to be playing where we struggle to find any such details will quite quickly, I think, become the ones that are being seen in a less positive light. We aren't going to be ranking these games, because I think in a lot of ways they will be equivalent but different. I can tell, having not even played half of them, like just from the ones I have played that I know that I love, I couldn't pick a favorite, because again, they don't make each other obsolete. They each have their own appeal, which I think is awesome. We're going to start off today with a version that I think will struggle to carve out its own niche, which is the Amiga version, which, as far as I can tell from the limited research and testing I've done, appears to be very, very similar to the DOS version, but runs worse. I'm curious to see mostly the audio. I mean, I'm curious to see if it's different. I expect it to be, as far as content, as far as features, as far as mechanics, as far as controls, as far as playability, I expect it to be essentially equal to the DOS version, with the exception of it running slower. But I know that the audio is going to be different, because I don't know if there's a single DOS game and Amiga game that like sound the same. And that's just, down to the hardware and how different types of computers produced sound. Maybe there's DOS versions of games that use particular kinds of hardware that are equivalent to whatever Amiga version did. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure there's something like that. But broadly speaking, that would typically be, even in cases where the graphics weren't that different, audio would be something that was extremely unusual to be like the same. But I don't know, again, if it has any other unique appeal. We're then going to move on to the Amstrad CPC version, which is going to be more... I guess that's an 8-bit computer system, right? So it's not less advanced than the Apple II, I imagine, but it's not going to be... it's going to be a little different from the DOS version. And I believe the SAM Coupé version and CPC version, as well as the Atari ST, all three have essentially unique graphics. The SAM Coupé version, I booted up super quickly to see if I could run it and have everything ready to go. And in the first screen of the game, I identified like multiple differences, but it does reuse some graphics, at least, from the DOS version. But instead of speculating, I think we should basically get into it. Before we get started, I have one last thing to add. This screen, we will come back to this list. And to explain a little bit here, in case it's not self-explanatory, for each game, we will do essentially one run of the game. We'll start playing and see if we can beat it in the time given to us by Jafar. If we can, we will mark the game with a little trophy to indicate victory. If we do not manage, we will mark it with a different symbol to indicate defeat. The game's port, or the platform title here in the list, will then be followed by a highly sophisticated evaluation system in the form of some kind of icon that will determine or explain, I suppose, how I feel about it. What's up, Dino, please? Welcome, welcome. The defeat symbol has yet to be seen, but I can guarantee you it will show up. Looking at the list here, I can identify, like, 100% guaranteed several games, at least in the right-hand column, where it will appear. I have my suspicions about some of the ones on the left-hand column where I think it might, but we'll see. The original Apple II version we cleared with not that much time to spare. We had like 7 minutes left or something on account of it, I guess, being slow and like not sure how it tracks time exactly. The Apple II version, actually, one gameplay difference in the DOS version is that the Apple II version doesn't let you move whenever the game plays a jingle after defeating a guard or opening the exit door. For example, the game, like, you just stand there. You can't move. The game doesn't really make clear if the time is running when that happens or not, but whether it's more tight for the timer or not, it just feels a lot better to be able to move. Can't wait for the goon face to be used. Well, we'll see. We'll see. This review system is, it's much like the field of bond quotient studies. It's a developing field of science. What's up, Son Goku? Welcome, welcome. Jeff Keighley just announced that the Sands of Time remake has been cancelled. That's the first I've heard of that. It's a weird thing for him to announce. There's been a lot of interesting scuttlebutt about that recently. Most recent indications being that it's about to be released, I think,
It apparently had a rating, like a ESRB rating recently, but I don't really care. If that comes out, I'll play it. If it doesn't, I guess I won't. I don't really care about... I mean, I like that game, but I don't care about it that much compared to the original Prince of Persia, nor do I... Like... I'm not clamoring for a new version of it, I guess. Should such a thing materialize, I'd be curious to see what they do, of course, but... you know... Not too much... I'm not going to lose too much sleep over that. But yeah, that's where we're at. And in the interest of getting things going, I'm going to boot up my Amiga game playing solution. Let's see here. Just bring up that. Oh yeah, I should start this. This might get loud. Let me see if I can preempt that. Oh, I think we're safe. Much like the Apple II version, I kind of got my hands on whatever version I did, which, as you can see, is not perhaps a completely untouched retail version. But hopefully it should be fine. Like I said last time, I think this is in many ways the authentic experience. This is probably what most people, or something akin to what most people would have experienced. The Sands of Time remake was originally announced in like 2019, and then it was supposed to come out in 2020, and then they're like, whoops, never mind. Everyone hated the trailer, so we're restarting development at Ubisoft Montreal. And then it got delayed 2 more times, and then it got delayed indefinitely, and then there was a lot of rumors that it would show up at the Game Awards or otherwise be announced for release in early 2026. But there hasn't been a lot of official word about it. Well, let's not worry about that. Let's worry about Prince of Persia on the Amiga. So, Amiga emulation is like a little bit of a hassle, like many old computer platforms. I haven't, like, you know, gone through extreme efforts to make it as smooth of an experience as possible. Whenever I've done Amiga stuff, you know, I use WinUAE, same emulator I've used for probably the last 20-something years. Let's turn it up a little bit. I think the crack throw is just way louder. Music already sounds a bit different. But what that means in practical terms... Graphics here, by the way, look just about the same as the DOS version. I'll talk over this because I've narrated this intro like a few times already. We're going to be seeing it another like 20-something times. So, I think we'll be fine. I won't be using WHD load or anything like that. We're just emulating the insertion of a Amiga formatted floppy disk with game data on it and reading said floppy disk. There's a lot of settings for potentially tweaking both the hardware configuration that's being emulated. As far as the emulation itself, there's also stuff like disk read speed settings and stuff like that. I don't exactly know how things are configured. I'm pretty sure I'm not set it to, like, try to skip as much loading as possible. As you noted, I guess, like, during the startup, there were some periods of blank screens. So we'll see. I think compared to the DOS version, certainly, we are emulating, I suppose, the game being run off of a floppy disk and loading probably things in a bit of a different way than you would have from a hard drive install of the DOS version. The credits here. This one also, I suppose, directed by Jordan Mechner, programmed by Dan Gorlin. Different programmer, but otherwise, I suppose, largely similar staff from the DOS version, which makes sense. Again, like, the graphics are by and large the same. The sound effects are mostly all the same, because they were all, like, samples in the DOS version too. But the instrumentation for the music is a bit different, because it would have been some form of MIDI playback, I guess, on DOS. And it's mod music, which uses samples on the Amiga. I assume, anyway. This, of course, is the made-up fake level that doesn't exist in the real game, but we accidentally loaded into it in the Apple II version. Already there's, like, one graphical difference, which is that the screen flash, when you take damage, it looks to be pink in this version and not red, like in the DOS version. But yeah, I believe I know how the controls are configured, so we should be good to go. Let's see, can I press the button there? Let's start the timer. Yep, that works. So, I am in typical fashion emulating this in PAL speed, so it's 50 hertz. And I wonder if that might actually account for most of the difference in speed here, but you can already tell, I guess, that there's a bit of slowdown. The speed does not appear to be entirely consistent. Now, as far as using the timer to see how the game time aligns with real time, I was confused about which screen is which. Even a version of the game that that runs at a perfect correct speed and completely keeps track of time correctly would still not align with my real-time clock, because there's times when the timer does not count, or at least where the timer shouldn't count, like during cutscenes, and I suppose probably during screen transitions when you run through the exit. I'm actually not really sure about those, but anytime we cut away to the princess and the sultan... Does this work? Yeah, okay. I presume that the game would not be counting that on the clock. The game definitely is running slower than the DOS version was, but again, like, when you're emulating Amiga stuff, generally speaking, like, the Amiga was such a more successful and like, long-term platform in the European market than anywhere else, even though technically it's an American system, right? Commodore is an American company. Because so much of the Amiga market and the Amiga scene was in Europe, 50 hertz and, like, the PAL settings were kind of standard. Just making sure I've got the controls good to go here. Now, technically, of course, a lot of computers wouldn't really have necessarily the, like, PAL and NTSC distinction. Like, it doesn't exist on DOS, for example. Oh, that's a different sound. Like, there aren't PAL DOS games. But the Amiga, much like, I suppose, many of the microcomputers, you could get a monitor for an Amiga, but Amigas were also designed... Alright, we got some copy protection. Cool, but this has been cracked, so we can just press any key to continue, I guess. And we're good. Cracked by Angels, 1990. Thank you very much. That's cool. We get to see this, though. Can we drink anyone and just advance? I guess not. Did it say... I remember something about the letter Y. Did I see that, or did I not pay it? Okay. I should have drank letter Y, I guess. I was not paying attention. I forgot that this is what the level... The copy protection level looks like. So I just didn't really read the message. That's alright. I'm glad we got to see that. because the Amiga was designed to be played on a TV, like the Commodore 64, it's the same deal. Yep, that works. It has to actually produce a signal that's compatible with an NTSC or a PAL TV. And that's not really the case. Like DOS games would often, like, monitors would generally be 70 hertz. So games were like either 70 hertz, 70 FPS, or 35. Like Doom is a 35 FPS game. So it's entirely possible that Prince of Persia for the Amiga was designed in such a way that when played on a 60 hertz system, the speed replicates, or at least attempts to replicate, the speed of the DOS version. In fact, I would suggest that's probably likely if it was developed at an American team at Broderbund. And it being played here in 50 hertz, resulting in the game running a little slower than intended. Now, a common thing that happens... Now, of course, you know, NTSC typically is 60 hertz, and PAL typically is 50. Yeah, playing it on a different monitor, like, using a monitor is not going to change the screen mode. If you had a European Amiga, it would be configured to output video at 50 hertz. If you had an American Amiga, it would be configured to output 60 hertz. And the monitor, like a Commodore monitor, presumably, I'm just saying purely speculatively, could probably handle either or. In 1990, maybe not so much, but certainly more modern television sets in Europe would definitely be able to support PAL 50, PAL 60, and NTSC. And you'll see it if you have a PC monitor, whether it's a CRT or an LCD or whatever, it probably supports a bunch of different refresh rates. But it's not really about the monitor, it's simply about the fact that the computer itself was designed, like, in order to be able to accommodate hooking up to a TV via composite or RF, it needs to output the video at a refresh rate that a TV could handle. So instead of having, like, a bunch of different settings or whatever, I mean, maybe you can tweak settings, I don't know. But generally, by default, like, it would just be 50 hertz. So this game in particular may well be designed with 60 hertz in mind, and I'm sure there are other Amiga games like that. My personal experience playing this on an Amiga would have been, you know, in 50 hertz, but also, like, the Amiga scene as it exists, like, 50 hertz is essentially the de facto standard because Europe was, like, the dominant market for the Amiga. Now, of course, like I said, some games may, quote-unquote, be running slower than intended. You'll notice here, by the way, this, unlike the later updated DOS version, did not receive the alternate color palettes. The original DOS release were the same, was the same as this, where all the dungeon levels have the same color, but a later revision of the DOS version introduced alternate color palettes, so this level is like green, but here we get to see it in its original gray glory. I keep forgetting. You have to go to the right, but I keep thinking that I'm not going to bother with the health extension, so I'm not going to bother going to the right, but I still need to open the door. So me opting to play this in 50 hertz is for a combination of reasons. Part of it is that feels so good. Part of it is that I don't really feel like fucking around a whole bunch with my settings. Part of it is to see how the game feels. I usually skip this health extension because it's a bit bothersome with all of the traps. And I usually don't need all of them anyway. Some of those wall bumps feel a little funny. The one thing that is worth pointing out as far as the whole NTSC PAL divide, which is like a real factor in several games, especially, you know, it might be a factor here because it's about if games don't quite run at full speed. The lower frame rate, I really need to do that, but the lower frame rate of a game running at 50 hertz versus 60. Oh, okay, that's fine. Does mean that the game has a tiny little bit of extra time for each frame. So even if the 50 hertz version of a game is running slower, like in general, if we can, there we go, that's satisfying. It might suffer less slowdown. The 50 hertz version of a game might be more consistent in game speed because the game has enough time to process everything on every frame a little bit better because it is allotted slightly more time in real time, which is an interesting kind of thing. And I could imagine that being a thing in this game, for example, because it doesn't seem to be running at a consistent speed. It's not nearly as volatile as the Apple version, which was like all over the place. But it feels like it does probably slow down a bit here and there. I don't think I'll be going for any extreme stunts to get the level 7 potion, because I feel like I'm more likely to mess it up. Okay. I feel like I mess that up every time. What the? I didn't even see how I fell down. Did I clip through the floor? What happened there? That was a little strange. I mean, the tiles are both intact. I fell down somehow. Yeah, I'm sure this can happen. I mean, we had some strange clips happen. I just wasn't expecting it. I know the DOS version definitely has some... I mean, I know it's used in, like, speedrun strats and stuff. As far as version differences between the DOS one and this one, the most noticeable thing, as far as I can tell, is the audio. And, I mean, the game speed, of course, but... I'm fine playing it like this, but I am a little curious if changing it to 60 hertz, like I don't want to mess around with that right now, because I feel like it might well break something. But sort of on paper, I'm curious if playing in NTSC actually matches. I mean, you can see here, clearly, it's... The game speed's a little variable. Counter hit. There we go. Got him. As far as the different versions of the DOS game, I couldn't really tell you specifically which boxes shipped which revision of the game. 1.3 is the version that introduced the different color palettes. And 1.4 is, I guess, like the quote-unquote final version. Like, if you go find the game on the internet, it is likely to be 1.4. What I do know is that the game did have one major revision as far as retail, because the original release was not a huge success. But it came out, and I'm a little bit unclear on when this later version came out, according to Jordan Mechner, anyway, who I suppose we can reasonably take at his word. Like, Karateka had been a huge hit for Broderbund in 1984. Which is essentially what allowed him to spend 5 years making Prince of Persia. But the Apple II was not a hot platform in 1989, so unsurprisingly, it didn't, like... I'm sure it probably reviewed well, but it probably didn't fly off shelves. Okay, I try to jump, whatever. You know, whichever shelves would even... Oh, that looks different. Probably because whatever graphical effect they used to achieve the Shadow Prince didn't really apply to the Amiga. In the DOS version, it looks very close to the Apple version with the weird outline. Evening, C7. But the original release of the DOS version also was not a huge hit. According to Mechner, it wasn't until the second release with the different box that, like, I don't know, intrigued retailers and consumers that the game, like, really took off. And I don't know if that was, like... I feel like timeline-wise, as far as when other ports and stuff started coming out, it couldn't have been later than 91. But I'm not positive on the exact timeline. But I would suspect that any version... let's see, I got confused about... let's do this. Actually, I should have probably dropped down, because I could have used that potion, but fuck it. So it could well be that if you get the, you know, the updated box, that's always going to be a 1.3 version or something like that. I don't exactly know. But I mean, typically, any PC game that had updates, you know, games that were primarily distributed by physical media, whenever they would do an updated print run, they would have the latest version of the game on the floppies or the CD. And with this game being quite successful, it seems extremely unlikely that it only ever shipped with 1.0 floppies. But I don't have specific data. Like, the box itself wouldn't have that information on it, you know? I seem a bit tougher. It does not feel like Coming Home, because I'm not familiar with this version. I'm sure I came across this version at some point. But back then, I would definitely have played the DOS version more. And if I ever played this version, it would have been about 32 years ago. So, it really feels very familiar, but slower. Alright, there we go. I gotta focus a little bit, because it, I mean, the combat, it's funny. The DOS version has a more consistent speed, so on average it's faster. So for combat, you gotta kind of react to that. But in this version, similar to the Apple version, because the speed is not consistent, you have to be a little more vigilant. You can't really go fully on muscle memory. What's up, Way Out West? Yes, we started with the Apple II original, and then we played the DOS version last time. But yeah, like the color palette for all this looks extremely similar. I'm sure if you were to CSI, enhance, and compare, the RGB values are not the exact same. The Amiga, I think, has a color depth similar to the Mega Drive. I forget what the exact math of it is, but essentially it boils down to a 512 color palette that you could sort of pick colors from. Oh yeah, Fat Guy, I forgot. We're here already. But typically more like 32 colors displayed at once on screen. Now, for most of those kind of specs, and when you're talking about color count displayable on screen, it isn't like a hard limit. It's more about the sum of different color palettes and such. Oh my god, I pressed... Ah, that's so annoying. I did the exact same thing, I think, in that same fight. So we lost like a minute or two there. And again, it's all about the speed being a little awkward. You cannot do a running jump over that pit because you will run into these spikes. I guess it makes sense that it has access to a higher color depth than the Mega Drive. Oh yeah, I guess you need to lose that tile to open the door. It didn't occur to me. Oh, that's interesting. Try to buffer an attack and it didn't quite work. Oh! There's something about the input buffer, and I don't know if it's... You know, more recently... I'm dead. Yeah. Fucked up. More recently... I mean, I definitely played, like, the Mega CD version more. So the DOS version isn't necessarily my frame of reference either. So there's definitely some instances of the way the controls work during combat where I can't quite be sure if I'm trying to do things that the game, like, that aren't possible to do in terms of queuing up inputs. Or if I have the timing wrong. I thought I had one more health. I was not paying attention. I'm trying to talk to chat, which is also difficult. It's hard to explain in the heat of battle, but essentially, a lot of the time I'm trying to follow up a parry with an attack or the other way around. And in order to do that, you have to be really early. But if you sort of overcommit by going very early on an action... See, I can do it, but the timing for how you successfully do that just doesn't quite match my muscle memory for how I feel like it should be done. And that's... Oh, that looks a bit glitchy. This level is, I think, more brown in the later DOS versions. But yeah, we get there. So, I mean, luckily, stage 6 is really short. So, even taking a couple of deaths, we lost some time for sure. But I'm pretty confident that we can make it back up. But yeah, as far as the color depth and color palettes, etc., it's kind of what I was alluding to previously, where this is pure speculation on my part, but it seems plausible to me that some of the graphical choices were made with the knowledge that the graphics would be used for the Amiga version as well as the DOS version. So they may have chosen... I mean, you can tell everything has kind of a flat look to it. It doesn't really look like it's got that many colors on screen at once. So it could well be that they made some of those choices, again, essentially for a lowest common denominator. We are on level 7. In fact, I can do that. I guess it should tell us. But it doesn't. That's interesting. It doesn't tell me which level you are on. Maybe there's a different key to display which level you're on. But I'd be a little scared to accidentally reset the level or something. But this is level 7. Let's do a big jump like that. Not worry about the awkward series of short jumps. And yep, let's... You can hear the double steps there. That was the game adjusting my tile position there in real time to make sure the jump happened in the correct position. Something that good versions of this game do, and something that bad versions of this game do not. That was an early jump. That was an extremely early jump. I completely misjudged where on screen this gate was, but it worked out. As long as you have 3 tiles to work with, you can do a running jump. Yeah, as far as Amiga and colors go, there's a bit of there's kind of an asterisk on that. With like the copper effects and stuff like that. Obviously you have the AGA chipset for the 1200 that has greater capabilities as well. But that's not really relevant for this game. I'm not really sure. I would say the 1200 was probably like, I don't know, 91, 92-ish maybe. And even then, I don't know how common it actually was for games to only run on AGA. See, is this the potion? No. Oh, that's right. This screen first. There's a switch there that we don't want to press. Jump over that. So we get through that gate. Screen, and then we should be at the potion. Interesting that the potion has like yellow fizz in this version. It's more green in the DOS version. So if I keep running further to the right here, I get to the health extension potion, but you have to be really fast to get back in time before that gate shuts. Yeah, the 1200 was not, you know, it was one of Commodore's, I guess you could say, failed attempts at keeping the Amiga relevant and sort of keeping up with the competition. So it makes sense that like very few, even the fucking CD32 is like a Amiga 500, isn't it? Stage 8. If the gate closes, what happens? I think you are essentially soft locked. You can get back. Yeah, you are soft locked for sure. Because even if you make it all the way back to the end, the potion that lowers the gravity has a time limit, and it will have run out by then. So you can't survive the drop down to the exit. But the cool thing about it is that if you do that, which you're like, if you're quite adventurous, you might be tempted to do a little bit of exploring. And even though you might screw yourself over, you will learn about the health extension in the process, which is pretty cool. So this is probably the hardest level in the game. The quite long level with some tricky stuff all the way to the end. It is, in some ways, my favorite level, but it's also quite stressful. You can see that trap up there right next to the screen transition. It's a little awkward. What's up, Ingvars? Thank you for the GLs. I'm HFing for sure so far. In a way, you could say that this is probably my least favorite version so far, because it's basically really just an inferior experience compared to the DOS version. It doesn't, like, it's neat to hear slight difference in sound. Like, it's novel that the Shadow Prince clone, Mirror Prince, whatever you want to call him, Mirror Kid, I should say. We're not a prince just yet. He looks different here, but I wouldn't say that he looks better. I'm gonna try to be a little cautious here because we are actually not... actually, we can... I think there's another potion before we fight anyone else. Because there's a potion up here. I should remember to do this because it will help a little bit. I'll do this to keep him facing left because it'll give us a split second more. That was a late jump, but got there. It's not that the Amiga version is a bad port in the grand scheme of things, but because we've only seen the Apple II and DOS version so far, it's a high bar to live up to. But it's a good version. Like, it controls well, and it looks 99% identical to the DOS version, so, like, there's no problems with it per se. But I would say that the audio, too, is, like, not exactly maximizing the capabilities. So we kind of get the drop on this guy just a tiny little bit, but not in a terribly meaningful way. The sound effects are mostly the same. It's just the music sounds like kind of a little bit tinier here. All right, now we just keep running. There we go. We need to do a running jump to get over that collapsing tile. That part right there is like easily this like scariest part. But once you realize that you can just run through it full speed, it's like you still kind of need to know the order of the screens to be aware. Well, it helps anyway to not have to like visually react to each screen as it comes up. So he's on the switch, so it means I should just be able to run over it. Here I can play it a little bit safe and... Oh my god! I fucked it up. I'm pretty sure we can't... Yeah, we have to restart the level. But I'm a little bit... Okay, I'm gonna take a death. I think there's a key... Well, I know that there's a shortcut to restart the level. The reason I have to, because I can't clear this jump. Oh, man. I was so close to start bragging about how we might do this level deathless, but alas. Yeah, why not? Exactly. This level is the perfect example of when I talk about this game rewarding patience and observation. This level does not throw any actual real surprises at you because it has all the information out in the open. All the information is there. You're just extremely unlikely to be able to take in all that information as it's being presented to you. Because you're fully occupied with what you're currently doing. The game, in my opinion, is not that difficult to death. Well, I say not that difficult. I have completed the Xbox Live Arcade version deathless. The thing is, like, you can very easily compartmentalize the different parts of the game. You don't really need to memorize whole levels. You kind of need to memorize individual screens, and in a lot of cases, sequences of 2 or 3 screens. And in my opinion, there's not, like... I mean, again, I use the same adage as I've used before. If I can do it, it can't be that hard. But it's intimidating, because it seems like it would be difficult, I guess. So the game told us we have 35 minutes left, which coincidentally, I've been going for about 35 minutes. We are well past the halfway point of the game. There are 12 levels, and this is level 8. But also, level 12 is quite short. Level 11, I think, is also quite short. Let's actually do this. This can... Actually, I don't know if it really matters that much, but it feels... I mean, really, all it saves us potentially is, like, taking one hit, probably. I actually just realized... I don't know that we actually needed to take that death. I think we could actually have made that jump, because there should be... It's a 4-tile gap, which you can clear with a ledge grab, but you might not have enough time... See, I surprised myself there by running into the screen, but he didn't hit us, so it's all fine. If you manage to kill this guy on this switch, it does keep the doors open, which helps in a sense. Like, it's a good thing. But it doesn't actually... It could have been... Well, let's see. Well, it doesn't really matter. I'm trying to think a little bit too hard about it. And a good way to screw yourself over in this level, and this game in general, is preoccupying your mind with details that are not currently particularly relevant. Such that the the stuff that is relevant gets pushed out. That's basically how you get killed. I mean, again, this level, the perfect example. So what happened here last time, by the way, was that I did the exact same thing that I did in the Apple II version at one point. I tapped. So I'm playing on the numpad. But I'm playing on a numpad that is simulating a joystick. And the joystick, of course, doesn't have a distinct diagonal up-left direction. It has a... No! See, I always forget that that thing is like... It's so close to the edge in a way that no other trap is. That was pure stupidity. This is another reason why this is like such a run killer level. It's probably the longest level in the game. I haven't ever actually timed or scienced that out, but in terms of like difficulty curve, like right up through the end, like it doesn't have like one tricky part in the middle and then that's it. Like it, at any point it can get you killed, basically. And when you take a death there at the end, it feels pretty bad. I even did this pretty slow now. And the worst part, of course, is once you start doing things slowly, you start freaking out a little bit and feel like you want to do things quickly, and then you start making mistakes. I'm just so annoyed with myself. I don't know what I was thinking there. I just felt like I should be able to afford to take a step there and have room to stop. I tried to slide, like I immediately, as soon as I realized what I had done, I held left to turn around as quickly as possible. But again, you sort of slip into the next tile and, well, that's what happens. As far as the Japanese computer versions go, the PC98 is like the original version by Arsys Software, who were like mega gods of programming. So I think it's safe to assume that the PC98 version is going to be one of the best versions, in my opinion. I mean, I haven't played it, but that's what I'm expecting. Scrolling being weak on the PC98 is an absolute non-issue, considering this game does not have any scrolling whatsoever. So I don't think that would mean that it would be a computer not equipped to handle Prince of Persia. I mean, it's not weaker than an Apple II, that's for sure. But more specifically, fuck it, I didn't even mean to turn around, but let's just do some slip and slide there. Okay, I mistimed that jump, kind of. I pressed it pretty early, but luckily we're still on the right tile. Hardware-wise, there's no reason to suspect that any of those computers would struggle with this game, I don't think. But oh my god! I had a thought there for a second that, oh, I'm standing quite close to the screen edge here, which means that most of the step animation will happen after the screen transition. That's probably not ideal, but I doubt it'll actually make a difference. But no, it did make a difference. So some of you may have learned a new thing about the game just there, because this is the first time over the course of any of these versions where it has become a factor, and that is that if you are hit with a sword when you are currently not holding your sword or are in the process of drawing it, you die in one hit, which is exactly what just happened. I was like, if you step like this, like the act of ending the run is a lot quicker than that. So by taking that careful step, I did indeed essentially doom myself. Okay, that was another clumsy. See, I'm making all these like mega sloppy mistakes, and we've lost like at least 5 minutes. I think probably about 7 or 8 minutes in this level. I still think I'm not too worried that we won't be able to complete the game. But I can't really afford to keep making mistakes like this. The stupid thing is too, of course, the very first attempt was the one that made it to the like second to last screen of the level. And then I've been doing worse and worse and worse and worse. But yeah, I haven't played any of the other versions. I've booted them up extremely briefly to make sure that I have them and can run them and everything. I long assumed that they were all, for all intents and purposes, identical. And when I say all, I basically mean the PC98 version, the Sharp X68000 version, and the FM Towns version. But in my preparation, I discovered that there were some very slight differences between them in terms of... So that, like, they used the same graphics. They just ported the PC98 graphics to the other versions. And of course, that means that if you look at them in screenshots, they look identical. So I think that's where my assumption came from. But if you... Like, when I booted them up, I guess... I think there were some differences in audio. There might have been something... And the thing is, too, like, because they look the same, it's easy to assume that they play the same. And it's not that I necessarily found evidence of them playing differently. It's more so that I don't want to assume that they play identically just because they look the same. Knowing that they were developed by different companies with different staff for different computers, like, it seems... I don't want to say silly to think, but it seems... See, because he's now facing the other way, that should be a little safer, but I still... Yeah, see, I had time to draw the sword there. It's funny because, like, I'm pretty sure I never used to do the sneaking thing to keeping facing left. I'm actually gonna be... I'm super scared now, so I will take another extra 10 seconds to do this. Like, it's tense to the point where I feel like I might fuck up the combat. Okay, not as scary as it looks. Just hold right. Be ready to jump on the right tile here. The same thing here. And then slow down. Oops, I fucked up. There we go. Okay. I'm gonna try to focus now. I can slow down here. And I hold the key. If you just tap 7 there, the way it reads inputs, it'll essentially become a left input instead of a diagonal input. Okay. So this is still very scary. Because I don't know if I'm going to step through here or not, so I need to time this assuming that I would have stepped through. Same thing here. I so super mistimed that, but I didn't step through it. There we go. And I take that extra step because when we played the Apple version, I think it was, I started running and got caught in the trap that was behind me. Okay, we haven't finished the level yet. I forget if I actually have to do anything here. I don't think so. Oops. I almost, like, ran off the edge, which wouldn't have killed me, but it... Well, I was going to say it would have made it take a little more time, but... Probably lost that time. Okay, so there's still spike traps here. I'm willing to take another 20 seconds, which isn't how much this will cost, but... It feels super duper slow to do this, but I'm just fucking terrified of fucking up. Yeah, that was 20. Yeah, that was a very long completion time. 25 minutes is still close to half, and there's 4 levels left. But everything after level 8 is always where my memories, well, 9, 10, 11 specifically. So 9 is the last dungeon level. And this is the one that has the upside down potion. It definitely does help in the DOS version with the different colors, because this one is like brown, I think. Like, it just helps to have them not literally look identical. To just, as far as the way my memory works, at least. We need to drop a tile on that there, but we'll get there. I typically sort of mentally sort things. Like, I see a screen and I get sort of, all right, this is what's coming up after this. I'm doing this, then this. And if the whole level is like a different color palette, it helps sort of categorize. It's funny, he died on this screen, I guess. Well, I guess he died on the previous screen. He was just off screen, so now his body isn't on this screen either. About how long is a playthrough with no deaths? So the game has a hard time limit of 1 hour, right? I wouldn't say that I routinely complete deathless runs. What the timer says in the game is going to be a little different depending on versions and whatnot as well. I don't personally have enough of a track record of deathless runs to say a deathless run typically takes me such and such. Because you can also, you can save time by not going after health extensions. If you don't have to stop for health refills, you can also save a bit of time. I almost ran off there because I kind of fucked up. I would say, in my mind, I typically would expect a finished playthrough to take around 40-45 minutes. Or, I mean, not in the real-time timer. I don't typically, because the game already has a timer, like, I don't usually bother with the timer. Alright, that'll keep that open. But I would expect to have roughly 20 to 10 minutes left over, depending on how things go. We're definitely not going to have 20 minutes left over at the end of this. I don't expect. I mean, that's where we are now, basically. We might not finish, actually, depending on how things go. Like, if I do the rest deathless, I think we should be fine. That's kind of a big if. Like, I can try to be a bit more aggressive and try to, like, not strictly just in combat either, but not wait around as long before each trap and then that kind of thing. But again, in the Apple II version, we did probably a little bit better than we are currently on track to do now. And we finished with like 7 minutes. And as far as I can tell, that had mostly to do with how that version, like the timer of that version just being a bit... Yeah, I mistimed that, but that's okay, because there's a health extension in the next screen. That yellow potion there will turn the screen upside down, which we don't want. But if that does happen, you can go to the screen below this one, and there's another potion like that. I'm sure I'll get to show that off at some point. But I would rather not sacrifice this run to show that off in this case. What's up, Socrates? Prince of Persia combat reminds me of Bruce Lee Lives. That's quite the name drop. Well, similarities between the combat in this game and Karateka are apt for a very obvious reason, which is the fact that both games were created by the same person. So the life bars in this are like 100% one-to-one, just the exact same as Karateka. Bruce Lee Lives is like kind of fucked up. In a lot of ways. But personally, I would compare its combat mechanics like more to the sort of Way of the Exploding Fist, international karate kind of thing, except it has like full life bars and everything. Maybe Way of the Exploding Fist did that, but it has like all these different martial arts moves. It's not as like simple and elegant as this system. Not to mention the kind of interactions you actually get with the parries and counters and everything here are like silky smooth and actually make sense. Which is not words I would use to describe Bruce Lee Lives. Also fights, like, everyone has like 8 billion HP. It's not a very good game. Okay. That was Deathless, I'm pretty sure. Try to hydrate real quick. We're back to the palace after this. I can certainly see, well, actually, I was gonna say I could see Prince of Persia being an inspiration on Bruce Lee Lives, but I don't think that's true, because I think that game also came out in 1989. But it could certainly, likely, I would say, let's try not to die here. Common place to fuck up. It's right at the beginning of the stage, at least, so... Oh man, trying to do like quick parries, easy to fuck up here. I could very easily imagine that game being I've unfucked up somehow. Somehow forgetting, but still managed to work around these gotcha moments. I have to get... I always forget. This where I go up? Yeah, they're going to the right, because I need to go to that guard. That's right. No, that's right. I have to do this, but it's on the next screen. I always get confused. I can never memorize this level properly. Up. So these switches both close that door. So I just need to do a running jump to jump over them. I just mistimed it. There we go. Think you want to keep... No. So this is where I go up. And anything to the right here is just a complete waste of time. Sorry, I'm just like... a little bit frazzled here. But yeah, Karateka may well have been an influence on Bruce Lee Lives. But probably not so much Prince of Persia. I mean, obviously the way it plays has a lot more in common with Karateka as well, right? It's not... doesn't have platforming in it. Well, not as far as I was able to get, which I guess was like stage 3, fucking bomb on the boat that I could never figure out. I guess I didn't have the manual. You're supposed to press the B key to plant a bomb before escaping. Yeah, no, I just think... I'm just kind of chuckling because I think it's an interesting observation, an interesting comparison that I don't think I would have thought of. But I think it's like it's perfectly reasonable. Oh yeah, I clipped... I did that exact same clip before, but now this door isn't open, so I fucked something up. Oh, I guess I should have not have jumped over that button on the previous screen. I just... yeah, I don't know why I did that, because I guess I... fuck! That was really stupid. That's basically a mulligan on this whole level. 18 minutes should be enough with no real problems. I just had a complete brain fart because in my head, I was convinced that stepping on that switch that we see on screen here would shut the door when, as I explained last stream, switches that stick out from the floor open doors. They don't close doors. So I just forgot that, I guess. I just forget. But, you know, it's a high-pressure game, and that's what happens. You forget the things that you know. But luckily, this is not a long level. Yeah, just gotta be patient. I don't think this is one of my favorite levels. It's interesting because it's probably the trolliest level. It's the one that actually kind of misdirects you a little bit with the whole thing over there to the right. It's got these like loose tile pits right after screen transitions. It's got the weird opening screen. So there's still more fighting. Like with all these doors and stuff. Yeah, so I guess I didn't really realize that I actually have to be a little quick to get through this. 2 more fights. Thank you, Space Hoppercopter, for some delicious burger bits. Oh man, I'm trying to attack. I don't know if I was like too close to the wall to attack. I think that probably is what happened. It's kind of weird. This will let us into the final screen. Just gonna run across, drop a tile, hit the switch. And drop down. This guy's got a bit of health, but hopefully we can be a little careful. Pushing him up against the wall is essentially an advantage, but I've had stuff happen like in the previous fight where you get too close up against the wall. And I was a little worried that that might screw me over a little bit. I still had 4 health, it would have been fine. Level 11. There's a health extension up there that's reasonably quick to get. But honestly, we got 16 minutes. I don't think we need it. Is that too ambitious? Can you exit without... I'm gonna have to redo this. Fuck it. I can say with some degree of confidence that you're not meant to be able to exit without fighting that guy. Can it be done? I'm not positive. The thing is, there might be... So, you can holster your sword. You can press down, and you will sheath the sword, or put it in your pants pocket, or whatever. I believe you can, at least. I'm not going to try that right now, but I believe that to be the case. And doing so will, of course, make you extremely vulnerable. Technically, right, when you exit, you tap, like, the up key on your keyboard, and you just start running through the exit animation. And because you're sort of, like, exiting Like, you're not really part of the game world, so to speak, as you're like... Well, I mean, I guess I shouldn't say you're not part of the world, but the way the graphics are drawn... Don't stop here. I can get you killed. I can stop here, because I don't remember what's... you know, it doesn't look like the enemy would be able to hit you when you're in the process of exiting, right? But it's possible that he could. But I would suspect... I don't know if that's the case. Alright, time for the weird jump. I wouldn't be shocked if the game literally does not allow you to exit. If there's an enemy. I think you can ledge hang there to avoid taking that damage, but it really doesn't matter. There's one guy on the right. I don't think there's any pits here, but I always get scared because I don't remember. Well, technically there's a pit here, but I'm not gonna accidentally fall down, really. Like, I would just imagine from a designer's point of view that allowing you to try to exit while there's an enemy who's trying to fight you, that it would just introduce a lot of potential very strange interactions that you would want to avoid. But I don't actually know. I haven't really scienced it out, and it's definitely one of those things that I would expect to probably behave a little differently in different versions. Like, if there's a hard rule that says you can't run through an exit while an enemy is trying to fight you, there are significantly less esoteric game rules that are not respected in certain parts of this game. There are far more basic fundamental rules of how the game works that are not adhered to in certain versions of the game. So if that is a rule, which I don't know, but if it is, it's entirely plausible that there are versions in which that is not the case, which would allow for different kinds of weird interactions. Here we are, final level. So this one is yellow in the DOS version. Yeah, 13 minutes to do this is plenty. Not a very long level in terms of like geography. It's got some scary jumps, but the thing about it is that all of the quote-unquote scary jumps are kind of just running jumps. It doesn't really mix things up. It doesn't really trick you. So it is like it takes a while to learn the level. It's a lot of trial and error. But knowing the level, okay. See, obviously I knew I was doing a running jump there. I guess I just timed it ever so slightly awkwardly, so we tried to jump on the wrong tile. But if I'm going to take a death in this level, I could not do it in a better place, because that's the first... I mean, you could walk into those spikes, I guess, but other than that, like... If I'm going to lose time on this level, I could barely lose less time than I just did right there, so... So there's a bunch of stuff like this where you have to make... It's a 4-tile gap, so you have to do a running jump and a ledge grab. But in order to be able to do the running jump, you have to have 3 tiles of runway. So here, for example, if I do a standing jump, that tile is loose and it's going to drop. So I'll fall down and die. But also I don't have enough space to clear the subsequent required running jumps. To be clear, I'm not I'm not offended at Bruce Lee Lives being brought up, let alone compared to these games. I think it's an interesting observation that I would not have made. If someone were to argue that Bruce Lee Lives is better than Karateka or Prince of Persia, I might think you're a crazy person, but I guess you would be entitled to that opinion. I'd be intrigued to hear the arguments. But yeah, clearly that was not what was inferred by the chat, but so no worries on that front. Hello, Amiga Cami. Good timing. We're playing the Amiga version of Prince of Persia currently. Getting pretty close to the end here. Oh, I forgot that I had to ledge grab, but I remembered in midair, thankfully. Keep running. Run across all that. Whoa, I almost ran a bit too far. Like I said, I didn't get super far into Bruce Lee Lives. I'd be interested in seeing the rest of it, but it's so tedious and slow, at least with whatever methods I had. There we go. That part's a little awkward because there's so many loose tiles that you kind of have to navigate that correctly. But the story parts that I have seen in the beginning, like the newspaper stuff when you die, like it's very funny. There we go. Almost had him attack me. I always do the running jump there, because in some versions of this game, it's a pretty fucked up thing where if you don't make that jump, at least there's one version where that is true, if you don't make that jump, if you just run out off the ledge, you literally fall down and die. We get lucky here? Alright, good RNG. So I have 10 minutes left, and I don't know how the timer works. If the timer is stopped on this stage. Again, it's a little different in different versions. Especially when some of the actual levels change a little bit here towards the end. There he is. Lord Jafar with his non-threatening, not particularly long life bar. We're going to be done with this pretty soon, at which point we will go back to the game list for those who asked. Because this is a pretty short little project, all things considered. There is, at least currently, no official spreadsheet or anything. There we go. 9 minutes left. Timer didn't stop yet. Although I don't know why the timer would flash at 9 minutes. Interesting the door doesn't open until I enter this screen. I don't know if the 9 minutes was to indicate that the timer stopped at 9 minutes. Because normally the timer only appears when you start a new level or at even intervals of 5 minutes. No, one more screen. Oh, one more screen. I'm careful. I don't want to hold the direction, because in the Apple II version, we accidentally skipped the ending because I, like, held a direction when entering the screen. I think the kid's clothes just became a bit more yellow on this screen. Probably to accommodate all the colors and graphics on this screen. Oh yeah, I guess that's time. So 9 minutes, I guess, would be... we'll see if this version has, like, a leaderboard, like the DOS version. But maybe that's when the game tells you, like, yeah, you finished it. Even though technically you didn't... you can die after that. Thanks for the GGs. 8:52. Oh, yeah, so that would be... that makes sense, right? 8:52 would be when I killed Jafar. No matter how the time is sort of rounded up or down, all the time it would have taken to run all the way back to get the princess would not have been... Well, maybe if it said 9 minutes when it was like 9:58. Well, who gives a shit? It doesn't matter. I need to take a break soon. I need to get rid of this increasingly warm hoodie, which is getting a bit uncomfortable, but I'll do that off camera. But yeah, you know, all things considered, not a very special version. It's very, very similar to the DOS version, except it doesn't run as well. if this is what you had to play Prince of Persia on, it's a 100% perfectly, you know, adequate version to play, and a perfectly adequate way of playing it. I would have loved playing this on this version, I'm sure. But it doesn't really offer anything distinctive over the DOS version. Like, the audio is different, but I don't think it's better. From a kind of 2026 perspective, I don't think there's a lot of reason. Like, there isn't a lot. I can't point to a long list of things that are like reasons to look at this version in particular. Yeah, I noticed the pink stars there. The shimmering of, like, the color cycling on the stars definitely is a bit different in the DOS version. So there's extremely minor differences like that. I think really the most notable difference is the shadow clone looking totally different and, like, not as cool. He looks, I guess, a little more ghost-like. Well, I shouldn't say more ghost-like, because he's, like, transparent in the other versions, but he's, like, dusty, more mummy-like. I don't know. And yeah, it's just not a very Amiga. Even the sound, right? The sound doesn't feel very Amiga-esque. Like, it feels... It's not a direct comparison, but it's like when you have a Super Nintendo game ported to the Mega Drive and they use the GEMS sound driver, and it's just like all default stock instruments. They kind of... It seems... To put it this way, if this version had been the only version, if this game existed on the Apple II, and someone was tasked with creating an Amiga version based on that game, and it was only for the Amiga, and it was playing to all of the Amiga's strengths, I think it would have been quite different. Like, the sound, even just talking about the sound could have been tailored to what you could do in an Amiga game in a way, like, this kind of feels like a DOS port to the Amiga, I guess. So luckily the DOS port is still good, and luckily this, as far as DOS to Amiga ports go, you could do a lot worse than this, for sure, and many people did. But it certainly doesn't really do anything exciting or interesting to leverage any unique capabilities of the Amiga. But still serviceable. Let's exit out of the game and bring up the old game list. So for those who are asking, this is the full list of versions that we will play. Some, as you can probably guess based on the release dates, are not commercial official releases. A good handful of these are homebrew, fan-made, whatever you want to call them, versions. But boom, there's our little trophy for the Amiga version. We had success. We achieved victory. And as far as the official review score for this game, let's see here. I think we can... I think we can go with... I think this one... Hang on. I'm going to try to get the... This is an advanced science. Okay, there we go. Animated smiling face that isn't quite as enthusiastically smiling as the DOS version, out of 10. That's my review. It's still a good version. It's still... I think I would probably be more... Like, I would find the Apple II version more interesting to play than the Amiga version. But I think it's still... But that's more about the unique properties of the Apple II version. The Amiga version is, like, harder to argue for because it doesn't have anything distinctive over the DOS version. But even though it runs a bit slower and it's a bit more inconsistent, it is still more consistent than the Apple II version in terms of gameplay speed. But now we're actually getting to the interesting part of this. Let's reset the clock there. And I say that mostly because I think most people probably haven't played or maybe even seen the Apple II version, so that might have been novel for people. But the DOS version, and by extension Amiga, because it is largely the same, like, that's very familiar territory, I think, for most people. But now we're getting into the other computer versions, and from here on out, not every single one will be completely unique, but really with the exception of the other Japanese ports that inherited the graphics from the PC98 version, every version is going to be kind of different now. So I'm super excited. The Atari ST version was like almost the one that sort of I was the most excited for with this whole project, because I realized that there was a computer version that I hadn't seen when I came across. Like, I didn't know that it was the ST version when I saw it. I just saw a clip of it being like, what the hell is that version? Because I didn't recognize it. I was like, man, there's more versions of this game that I thought I knew, because there's so many Amiga to ST ports, right? There's so many games that are on the Amiga and on the ST, and they're like kind of the same. Or most often it's best on whatever computer was made for, and then there was like an inferior port to the other one. But apparently the ST version, and I mean, it kind of makes sense because the colors may have been simplified in the DOS version to transfer well to the Amiga, but I guess it would still need to be simplified a fair bit still for the ST. But we'll get there when we get there. We will not get to the ST today. We're going to do the Amstrad CPC version next, and depending on how smoothly that goes, we'll make a judgment call then to see if we're going to try to tackle the Sam Coupé version today, or if we'll save that for another time. So again, in the interest of trying to be a little quick here, I'm going to go on break. I'll be back shortly, and when I return, let's check out the Amstrad CPC version of Prince of Persia. See you guys in a little bit. All right, let's keep things moving. I'll keep this on screen for a bit, and I'll make some adjustments here to get ready for the next version. Oh yeah, I guess I don't need to update the game title. The game title is still Prince of Persia. I'm pretty sure all of these Western PC releases all had the same box. So it's technically, I think this is like a German DOS version box, but it's like the cleanest image I have, and they all look the same anyway. But game details, we are now into game number 4. Amstrad CPC, which was also released in 1990. This one was supposedly developed by Microids. Greetings, Goaty _. And this is where we kind of start getting into vaguely hazy territory in terms of credits and who worked on what and whatever. With some luck, we can actually see credits in the attract mode, like in the Amiga and DOS versions. Even then, I'm not positive that's going to actually clear up everything. I did some research on this when I first put together the game list, which means I may have forgotten. I took notes. I wrote down Microids as the developer of this version. I don't currently have any notes on what exact research I did to arrive at that answer. So there could very well be some of these developer credits that are just not accurate, but I tried to figure out to the best of my ability who was actually responsible for each of these versions. But as we can see, I think from a visual standpoint at least, this will be the biggest kind of departure so far, which is interesting, at least to me. Let me consult my notes to find out which emulator we're using. Have that here. Let me briefly look at my capture. Let's hide the capture and look at the filters, because we're gonna set up some different filters for the different emulators. I think maybe this is we're just going full screen. Well, we'll find out. I probably do it that way. I get rid of these insane Ninja Kids jams. And I guess I'll close that. And we'll get rid of the game list. So, okay, F10 for full screen. Nope, that's the wrong one. I almost made a huge mistake. There we go. I need to change capture mode, probably. That's the wrong window. That's the Z80 assembler window. It's not what I want. There we go. So I believe... probably... let me just double check. Oh boy. Oh, I'd like changes resolution. Oh my god, that's... I think it literally just changed my screen resolution when I did that. Let's see what happens if I just do this. Okay. Okay. Windows usually freaks the fuck out when you swap resolutions, and it's only moderately freaking the fuck out. It's not, the freaking the fuck out is kind of limited to my main monitor, so it's not screwing with OBS, which means, I guess it's mostly, you're spared most of the fucking up that's happening. Good. Let me see if I can figure out how to load and run the game. I'm assuming it's a disk image. I definitely did try this, so I just don't... like, I tried like a bunch of emulators right after one another. And then it's like, yep, got it here. I know that I can boot it, moving on. And then by now, I've completely forgotten what I did. But it looks like I have this in recent automatically run. That looks good. Emulated disk read noises. CPC version, Microids. There we go. That's our developer credit, I guess. So it looks pretty good. In the Sultan's absence, the Grand Vizier Jafar rules with the Iron Fist of Tyranny. Only one obstacle remains between Jafar and the throne, the Sultan's beautiful young daughter. I really quite like how this looks. The color palette of the CPC is very interesting. It's very vibrant. Gives me a little bit of a Master System vibe. See, there's definitely way more drawn detail in these characters. Like, relative to what the system is capable of and what the color palette is, of course, but there's, like, much more genuine attempts at, like, clothing detail in, like, Jafar's sprite. Like, Jafar is completely, like, flat in the DOS version. Marry Jafar or die within the hour. All the princess's hopes now rest on the brave youth she loves. Little does she know that he is already a prisoner in Jafar's dungeons. Okay, well, let's start the timer here. Let's go to full screen. Freaking out there for a split second. And I guess hit a key and see if we... Oh, making loading noises. $60. Okay, so do I use the arrow keys? Yep. The capture... Well, actually, it's not the capture. Even on my end. Okay, this is fucked up. Let me go to windowed mode and see if it does that. Okay, my computer freaking out a little bit. I guess the capture... I guess it's mostly... It seems mostly fixed. I mean, I'm sure it's an emulator thing. Okay, I guess we'll play it like this. It seems okay. It seems like it's mostly calmed down. I don't... It might have been a thing where when I tried it... Like, something in OBS might fuck with what the emulator is doing. That would not be the first time, you know. I will do this. Can I pause maybe on escape? Looks like it. Let me do... I think it should probably look a little more correct if we do this. Yep, there we go. It's definitely, like... There's a lot of little differences in the animation and, like, how he moves. Like, the physics are not the same. The colors are all different. I am curious... Like, when I first played it, like... Whoa! Okay. I fucked up. There seemed to be some weird emulator going on where it just, like, froze the image when I tried to run across the screen. And that's not happening anymore. But the jump, like, there's... And it could just kind of be the way the running jump behaves. I mean, he kind of, like, warps a little bit in the other versions, too. But not quite like this. This is very interesting. I can't drop down here. So, in the original, whenever you crouch and stand up, you move forward a tiny little bit. That does not appear to happen in this. Like, there's already small things like that where the behavior of this game isn't quite the same. And it'll be interesting to see if and where that's gonna, like, screw us over. We haven't gotten into any fighting yet. Technically, there is, like, potions in this level, but I never remember where they are because I don't typically tend to need them. But we could get screwed over by combat here because I've yet to do any combat in this version. So I'm not particularly confident. It does run at a good speed. That's true. Doesn't seem 100% consistent speed-wise. Okay, that was a... It's a little weird. It doesn't seem nearly as fucked as some versions of this that I've played, for sure. The little sneak step is actually, like, really smooth and quick. That is just messed up. But I'm a little anxious to see how combat handles. Okay. I got a little lucky there. Like, the way the animation looks... like... It doesn't seem as though the game is, like, missing animation. But it's not really played back completely smooth. I mean, it might be missing frames here and there, but... it's harder to react. I mean, combined with the fact that it is moving pretty quickly... Combat might be difficult in this version, but... I didn't really get a feel for the parrying, and especially rallying back and forth. Like, I had a bit of trouble with that in the other versions too, because I hadn't, like, gotten used to it. I think maybe once we do, like, we can at least better determine... Okay, see? Like, well, I say see as though you could feel how the game feels. Good sound. It's a little funky. It's hard to explain, but I can tell right away that the combat, like, isn't the same. So I think there's a decent chance. I couldn't tell you, like, the likelihood of it specifically, but I think it's probable that on account of it not working like the exact same, it could be more... I mean, it could be more difficult. It could be easier. His foot just left behind there. But being a little dicey, a little different, is something that we potentially could use to our advantage. Stuff like that. Like, it moves really quickly. I can be aggressive. Like, in some versions of the game, that's... Like, the Mega Drive version, having completely broken combat... kind of necessitates a degree of aggressiveness, which isn't, like, a good thing, and it doesn't fix an issue, but it's sort of... There is a way to approach it that makes it, to a degree, manageable. That is just a strategy that isn't the same as the original. Like, the parry has a very strange timing to it. Like, maybe parrying and counterattacking is quite awkward in this version. I can't tell you if it's awkward or not. I can just say it's different enough to the point where I haven't got a feel for it. But it might also be the case that it's not... You don't need to rely on it, because maybe the guards, even later in the game... Didn't quite mean to do that, but it's fine. You know, maybe they don't block as much. Maybe it's hard for me to block properly, but it's hard for them to do properly too. In which case, it might sort of be a... Okay, that's interesting. I was trying to walk through him, but I cannot tell if I failed because it's not a thing you can do, or he kept hitting me back. So I did a counterattack there. It's very possible to do. I think I just sort of need to get the feel for it, maybe slow down a bit. He's definitely got a Luke Skywalker vibe in quite a few of these versions. He's never looked more like Luke Skywalker, though, than the Domark box art for the Mega Drive and Master System versions. I think the Game Gear version, I guess, used the same art, which isn't a bad piece of art, but it's basically just Luke Skywalker in a dungeon hallway. It's far from the worst Prince of Persia box, but it's far from the best. We're looking a bit more solid this time around. Let's hope that keeps up. Like, it is a bit... Oh, I could drop down by crouching there. Interesting. It's much easier to end up in these weird positions where you're sort of overlapping each other in this version. Have I done a Star Wars exploration? Tino, aka Badweed, has been working on one of those for like 8 years. What the I didn't... Okay. He didn't draw the sword. It's, okay. That was an unusual interaction. Okay. Is it like some fucking sticky keys thing or something? It's like freaking out. It's exactly the same on my end. Like, I thought it was related to the playing in full screen, but now it just happened again. The game was obviously still running, but it just didn't render. I don't know, maybe that'll just happen every now and again. Tino's insane quest to play every Star Wars thing was definitely a big inspiration for me deciding to do Batman and James Bond. But I have no interest in retreading that particular ground. And it's a enormously, absurdly big undertaking. But as far as something like this, there isn't, like... I guess I should... grab this. Be safe. Margin of error is, like, pretty slim here with fights being pretty brutal. And, I mean, it changes a lot. Like, this can easily happen... Not quite this easily, I suppose, but... It can very much happen in more predictable versions of the game as well. Just when you only have 3 hit points, nothing is like a sure thing. Oh, see, I blocked it, but I mistimed the block. I think looking at like every version of a game is interesting. But it's not like I have this general idea of wanting to do this, and then I look for a game to do it with, and I come up with Prince of Persia. I love Prince of Persia, so I want to play every version of it. Like, now, I understand you might have asked that question as a bit of a joke, but in the wise words of Quartermaster Boothroyd, I never joke about my work, or whatever you want to call this. My, what's the word? My higher calling? I don't know. It's not a, even if it's a joke, it's not a dumb question. But as far as like, what you literally just, I just got hit there, but it, visibly, like, so hard to even see when you get hit. I don't know what Star Wars game would be interesting to look at in this kind of way. I'm sure there is some. Seems like if I, like, hold... I don't know. I'm confused. Sometimes I guess if I hold
That's interesting. Without doing a sneak step, you can still... Like, the minimum amount of distance you can run by just tapping a direction is shorter than it's supposed to be. Weird. See, I like... It's so, like... I have the inputs... You know, I know what I'm pressing keys. And I can, like, have a feel for things because of that. That, you know, in a way that won't translate to what you're seeing on screen. So occasionally I can, like, sort of tell what's happening behind the scenes when the graphics aren't quite properly updating. I would be interested, you know, we won't bother with this now, of course, but, you know, from a hypothetical standpoint, of course, what am I doing? But I would be curious to know whether any of what we're experiencing here is like a quirk of emulation or anything, or if it's just like how the game runs and how the game is. I'm not particularly experienced with CPC, but I have played CPC games in the past, for Game Spawn, not least. Oh, fuck. Like, whenever you parry, you sort of commit... We're having certainly a slightly unexpected difficulty spike here, but I legitimately think once we get past this level, it'll get a little smoother, if only because we'll start getting a little more health. But I guess in this version, I'd be more inclined to try to grab the health on level 3. Just to get extra health earlier. But at this rate, I mean, I don't know if the timer is sort of more generous because the game, like, kind of runs faster on average. But if I don't take that into account, just going by my normal sort of... If I was doing this poorly in a version I'm more familiar with, I would feel very... I would feel very nervous. See, I was trying to see there if I should try to play more defensively and try to react to them and try to deliberately go for more parries. But that seems dicey as well. Like, that's the thing. I haven't gotten a good grip on a reliable strategy. There's a lot of dudes to fight in this level. It's funny, like, this is not a particularly memorable level to me because I don't tend to spend much time in it. So I wouldn't necessarily think of it as like a very combat-heavy level. I'm struggling with it more than the Apple II version for sure. But I'm used to this game playing in a particular way. Okay, draw the sword, please. Okay. Man, I can't believe we're at, what, 45 minutes left? And I'm, like, terrified of there being some other weird little quirks of how the spikes work, or, like, some other weird little thing to get us killed. In an unexpected way. I think we should be in the clear now, though. There might be one guy left to fight, but we have at least one more HP if that's the case. I kind of forget. It all seems to behave as expected. The way he, like, came to a stop suddenly there. Like, there's things like that that don't work the way I expect, for sure. What the heck? That seems a bit messed up. I can't drop. Okay. Weird. I guess I can't drop tiles by bumping them from below? That seems extremely broken. It makes me immediately wonder how I'm supposed to... Oh my god! I held upright. That was not an input thing. I'm playing with keyboard controls, by the way. Like, I'm not using my physical PC keyboard to simulate a CPC joystick. I don't think I am, at least. I guess that wouldn't make a difference. Oh, look at the health bar, by the way. It's like glitched out. I don't actually have 4 HP. I only have 3. I'm so perplexed because there are definitely spots in this game where you need to, like, where the only way to progress is to drop a tile that's above you. So I took the other path, or tried to, because I always take the left path. And there is a right path, but you have to go through a guard on that path. So I was like, well, if I can't break through here, I guess I'll just take the right path. And I didn't really realize I had to make that jump. But that's not what killed me. What killed me was I just fell through the floor. Or fell off the ledge, rather. For seemingly no reason. Okay, I think I fell down and took damage, but I can't see what happened because the graphics stopped updating. Okay, good. I didn't take damage. I do like the graphics of this version, but I'm a little bit sad to say that it seems more cursed than I was ready for. Oh my god, he turned around way faster than expected. I mean, yeah, I can't say how much of this is potentially different because of emulation. I wouldn't... Oh my god, I can't believe I got that block. My speculation that maybe these guys won't block as much and we can maybe be aggressive and get through it is not holding up. If anything, these guys block a ton. I guess having a thing up there wouldn't make a difference because I'd be stuck anyway. Well, even if I'd been able to climb up there, I wouldn't have been able to fight him. So at this point, being stuck at level 2 at like 40 minutes left or something, I'm a little bit resigned to saying we're probably not going to beat it, and that's totally fine. For me, I'm not doing this as a challenge to beat every game. I know 100% that there's going to be games that are not going to be finishable in one attempt. And would I have expected this to be one of those versions? Honestly, I had no preconceived notion because I've never played it. Knowing that it looked different, and it being developed by Microids, certainly gave me suspicion that it's not... I did not take for granted that it would play like the DOS version. I couldn't probably have predicted the exact weird things that this is doing, but even so, yeah, I would know that eventually we're going to come across weird versions, and it's just, like, it was my expectation the whole time that any version, like, given my level of familiarity with the original game, inability to complete the game would likely come down to strange issues in particular ports. And that certainly is the case here. The Mega Drive version, as I've talked many times, like, I know that's really messed up. So there are some elements of that I love. Okay, now we have actual 4 bits of health. But I know it's like weirdly unforgiving and messed up in a lot of ways. and I know that it's not going to be finishable because you end up taking, I mean, it's similar to this, but like for slightly different reasons. You just end up taking tons of deaths because things just don't work the way you expect them to, and they're just not really reliable. And that's exactly what I expect to happen in a lot of these versions, just in like different ways. It just worked now. Cool. I'm glad I at least tried it again. Hopefully I won't fucking die from this, though. Okay, so I'm actually gonna do a running jump here. Because I was a little scared. Doing a jump like that is what literally got me killed last time. Okay. Level 3 won't have as much combat. Anyway. Once I came to the realization that this version might be a bit messed up, and there's a decent chance we won't finish, I want to at least get to the temple levels, which start at, or palace levels rather, which start at level 4. Hopefully the game didn't crash or anything. It's probably loading. I don't hear an emulator load noise though. Hitting the button. Not a great sign. I forget if there's a cutscene, if that would load. I don't know, it didn't seem like load times were a big thing up until now. This is looking a little not promising. I set it to high speed. 1000% speed, that didn't seem to change anything. Maybe I cursed it. I was going to say, I was hoping, like, oh yeah, we should at least be able to get to level 4 pretty easily. Let me just check. Do I have a... No, it's not like a multi... Just one disk image file. What if I'm supposed to... There's a command for flip disk. Obviously, the game didn't tell me to do any such thing. And I don't know if this is like a... five-inch floppy. This is definitely part of the original microcomputer experience. That is very true. I guess I'll flip it back. Well, it's a disk image, not a tape image, or a cartridge image. I'm like clicking around the emulator menus, which I'm not even sure if that, like, that may pause. I mean, a lot of computers had options for different types of storage media. Given that the emulator supports disk drives and cartridge and tape options, I'm assuming that the CPC, much like the Commodore 64, had support for all three. Well, that might be a slightly unexpected end for now, at least. If we give up or abort, that should at least give us ample time to look at the Sam Coupé version. I'm of mixed minds here. I think what I would want to do, quite frankly, let me click this reset command. Oh yeah, because it ran the game when I loaded the disk, right? If I flip disk, I'm just curious to see what happens. Oh, I guess it doesn't really... yeah, because it runs it... I don't know the command to actually run the software.
I'm just relying on the emulator's automatic command when I insert the disk, because there's an option in the emulator to automatically run programs, so it sort of reboots and then does this. To be honest, I hadn't naively. I think I probably should have. Let me just double check. Oh, I had Shift, which is like the joystick button or the key to start playing. So the emulator has a hotkey for high speed is Shift F4. Which doesn't... Yeah, see, it's doing this again at the beginning here. I thought it was because I swapped to full screen. But I guess I just happened to do that right when it was doing this stuff. But is that because... I guess that maybe was because I was... Okay. I'm hitting Shift F4 to go into like super speed mode, and it doesn't actually seem to go any faster. It's just fucking up the frame rate. And I didn't lose any time yet, so it didn't seem like time went 10 times faster there. Because it says in the emulator, Shift F4 to go to high speed, parentheses 1000%. Basically what I'm getting at is like, this is... there's enough kind of question of what's like happening here that I probably... Like, this is the issue when trying to go in essentially blind, right? I want to play these versions without too much knowledge. I don't want to come across too many new pieces of information off stream, you know? I want to learn and explore and discover live on stream. That's like kind of the point of doing it. But that also means that when I am going into the game, turbo mode... Okay, that didn't do anything, I guess. There's going to be situations like this where we run into problems and it's a little bit unclear not only what the solution is, it is in fact a little bit unclear what the problem is. So there could be something like settings for how the hardware is configured in the emulator that is like causing some kind of incompatibility with this game or some other issue. So I kind of feel like we could, you know, I could keep going, but much like with the Apple II version, we now have the problem, so to speak, of the timer being reset. So we could easily, you know, end up in sort of a endless loop. And the whole idea, as I conceived it, was sort of like, well, each game is going to have a hard limit of an hour, right? So we'll play each game for a maximum of an hour, and then we can move on to the next. Not really taking into account the possibility or even likelihood of crashes and issues. I didn't, quote-unquote, try other games as I was setting this up, but I have used CPC emulation to play a few James Bond games and a few other things in the past. Like, I guess I probably have some disk files here. We can boot up License to Kill. And in my recollection, like, none of the problems that we've come across... like everything, yeah, I don't know what my, if I have joystick stuff set up, I don't know what how it's configured, so, yeah. I guess it's QA, OP directions. Whatever, there's no reason to suspect that, the emulator is causing things to freeze or whatever, but, it's I don't know enough about the CPC platform. I don't know enough about the emulator. I don't know about, like, in the past I figured out just enough to get something up and running and it worked well enough. That does not appear to be the case here necessarily, but I don't know. It could be the disk image that's faulty. It could be any number of things. And I am not particularly interested in doing any more of that legwork live on stream and trying to figure that out. So let's bring this game list back up. And I did, in fact, not really account for this. So I certainly do not feel comfortable giving a review to the CPC version currently. I guess we can do this. We'll put an X. And that's not the same as defeat. It's like inconclusive. It's we'll hopefully come back to it. I'm not going to facilitate some sort of live troubleshooting by someone emailing support in New Zealand to help me figure this out while I'm streaming it. But hopefully I can come back to this some other time. Now that we've seen the game, I would feel far more comfortable grabbing maybe other disk images, other, versions of the game, and seeing if I'm having the same issues. Obviously, the game just ending after level 2 is the main issue, but I should hopefully be able to replay the game up to that point to see if it happens again and whatever. And this could have been a complete fluke. Maybe this just was a freak accident that wouldn't happen if we try it again. But since we can't know that, I would much rather boot up the Sam Coupé version and sort of keep things moving than being stuck in CPC emulation troubleshooting hell. So that's my, it's my prerogative, and that's my executive decision making here. I'll try to do research. If anyone in the community wants to help, by all means, drop by the Discord and give me any updates or information or whatever. People have been able to try this and have more success than me, then by all means. For the record, I'm using the emulator called WinApe, APE, which, like I said, is the emulator I have used for CPC stuff in the past, and I don't particularly recall having trouble. And again, the troubles we're having now seem pretty specific to this game. So I'm pretty sure I got most of these disk images from my abandonware, like I mentioned, because it was just like an easy, you could go to a page and it has like 7 versions to download right there. But they're not a very reputable source as far as like having authentic archive quality disk images or anything. It's kind of a bit of the Wild West, as evidenced by the cracked like Apple II version that didn't work properly. So my first course of action would probably be to try to source a different dump to see if it works any better. Because the thing is, like, the weird graphical glitches and whatever, like, it's impossible to know how much of that is the dump, how much of it is the port, how much of it is the emulator, etc. But I'm 100% willing to put up with all the other things if it's a version that at least lets you advance to level 3. But like I said, I'll try to find time. I don't know if I'm going to, again, I can't make this decision on the fly, but I would probably rather keep going than like delay future streams for the purpose of doing this research. But it's also possible that I just find myself doing this research on Saturday or something, and it's just like I'll get it done before the stream anyway, or on Friday maybe, I guess. I'm not sure, but I would honestly rather not dwell on that anymore right now. So instead, we'll leave the CPC version kind of TBD. And I'm not even, honestly, I can't even guarantee that we will return to it. If we can't find, I mean, that's the thing, right? If no further research gives any conclusive answers to what the deal is and any hope of avoiding it, then, well, there might not be much point in going back to it to try to, to just have the same experience again. That might be it for the CPC version. Unfortunate if that's the case, but so be it. So with that, let's see
if the Sam Coupé version gives us any more luck. So let's update this and get to game number 5. Now, Sam Coupé is not a computer I have much experience with, less so significantly than the CPC. But from my extremely brief testing, I at least were able to boot up the game. Now, unlike the CPC version, I were able to very quickly identify some gameplay quirks. So I don't know if the Sam Coupé version is going to be any better in terms of actually feeling correct and giving us a good time, but we'll just have to see. So give me a moment here to set up the capture. I think this one I do. Oh, I just booted up like that. What was the... Okay, hang on. 8, there we go. Okay. Let's capture this, and I think I need to change the capture method. There we go. And yeah, I guess we can just play it like this. It's in window mode, but I'll like, I don't want to fucking risk anything. So I think we just do this. There we go. So this is the... Okay. According to my credits, this was programmed by Chris J. White at Rotorbund. There's a Domark credit right on the title screen. Domark published several versions of this, including like the Sega console versions. Revelation, I have to assume, is another publisher label. Let me turn this down a little bit. Like expanded musical score. So we've got 3 company names on the title screen. And like new original music for the first time. That's pretty sick. Now I just want to wait to see if like... Does the song end? And do we then get the intro? Do I have to do some trickery to see the intro? Like when I was booting these up to test them, I obviously didn't like sit around for the purpose of watching the intro. I just wanted to get into the game to make sure I could test the controls and everything. But now I'm like, I want to see if the intro's different, but... Is there an intro? The music's like, you know, it just keeps going. It's a bit different. In most versions, by the time you get this far, if you like press any key or like hit a joystick button, you just get thrown right into level 1. So I kind of want to avoid that in case there's something yet to come. I mean, the intro could be completely cut out of this version, who knows? Okay, enter does nothing. Space probably starts the game. Oh, nice little crossfade. There we go. I guess we're starting the timer. Okay. So, already a bit of a weird, different look. Sounds a bit mysterious. Like, the graphics are partially the DOS version. Like, the character doesn't move quite right. Stuff's going on with the sound. It's mysterious. It's actually kind of... The blue color just reminds me of the CPC version now. And it's funny, when I first booted this up, I forget exactly what it was, but it was some interaction with like running into a wall or like not falling down when I expected. There was just something I did or something that happened that made me instantly go, ooh, okay, there's some differences here. I don't know what's going on with the sound. These are like footstep sounds that are a bit weird. Yep, see, I didn't get the jump come out there. Okay. Oh, okay. The action key does not collect the sword. I had to press down to collect the sword. That's a little different. Oh, yeah. See, the jump doesn't actually push me forward, I don't think. Like it's supposed to. So there's stuff like that. Oh, yeah, okay, so that's just the footstep sounds. Oh, I remember now what it was. I think in this version, sneak stepping does not protect you from ledges. And that's extremely cursed. Now, the funny thing is, I booted this up and instantly noticed something that made me go, oh, that's a bit weird. That'll be fun to see. And I think that might have been it. I don't actually exactly remember at this point. But in the time since, we've spent like an hour with the CPC version, which was, of course, like cursed and messed. See, I'm not even close to the edge, and that still fell down. But I'm scared to take another step, so I'll just do a jump there. But because of the weird combat in that version, and because of the weird, like, animation issues, this version might actually still feel better. And, like, be less troublesome. Sword, please? Okay. Very strange muted hit reaction with no, like, hit spark. Okay, yeah. The music sounds kind of cool. Okay, the exit door opens way faster. I didn't mean to climb up there. No, there's no background music during gameplay. This looks a bit grotty. Just the interstitial jingles. Yeah, I think maybe the PC98 version adds music. Some console versions do. But for the most part, like in its original form, it doesn't have background music. In fact, when it does play the jingles, the gameplay typically like stops, play the music. Because the Apple II can't really do that. What the heck? Did that ledge have like a little bit of extra? The ledge was like wider. That was so strange. But yeah, it's funny. So this like looks a lot closer to the DOS version. I don't want to say that it behaves, you know, less accurately than the CPC version does. I don't think that's true. But it definitely does not feel the same. Like, it's a big... The layout here... There's like... The pillars aren't aligned or arranged the same way. That was a little strange. It's like... Oh, yeah. No, wait. Yeah, you can't collect items... Oh, look at how quickly the door closed. You can't collect items with the action button. You have to do it by pressing down. What's up, Nikita Lobo? The NES version. Yeah, the NES version, I think, is pretty mysterious. Yeah, we got some funky physics. Yeah, because, like, the jump... The tiles seem... See, there's, like, a half tile. The tile that's, like... across the gap... This game has to, like, see, past the pillar there, to the right is like a half-tile platform. It's weird. Yeah, because it doesn't have the same screen resolution, but it uses, like, the same graphics. So the number of tiles on screen isn't the exact same. So there's, like, some weird adaptations. I'm like perplexed. Yep. I was gonna say, taking a step here might make me fall down. That's just something you got to get a feel for in this version. And that's gonna cause a lot of big problems eventually. I reckon I could have just done a standing jump from there and it would have been fine. But I think that's a bit of a sign of things to come. Can I press space? Yeah. Oh yeah, this version has seconds on the in-game clock, which is quite unusual. To be honest, like, as far as the combat goes, I don't know that it feels much better than the CPC version, but they're not defending as much. So I'm kind of approaching this like I did, at least early on, where I'm being quite aggressive, and that's mostly working here. I don't know, you know, how well it will work. Like, visually, the animation is a little easier to see. But given that I don't know that I've actually successfully parried even once, I can't say for a fact that, like, it works well. Okay. He steps, like not far at all. Sword, please? Yeah. And it's like pushed him further away. I was trying to determine if I could swap positions with him, but it was so hard. Let's try to experiment. Okay. See, it seems extremely difficult. It does not seem viable to swap positions with guards. And in a situation like that, the guard who killed us last time, you know, it depends on how things play out. It's not necessarily crucial to be able to swap positions with him. It's not like, oh, that's the go-to strategy, and without the ability to do that, you're fucked. But not having that ability certainly limits your options. Yeah, look at this. Look at the width of this platform compared to what's above me. Like, that shouldn't be allowed. Yeah, and on the right-hand side of the pit, too. Like, this game has, like, half-width tiles. That is messing me up something crazy. And there's, like, no feedback on when you actually successfully block, and the way the characters, like, slide around. You also, anytime I hit a killing blow, he just does an extra attack. I probably should go... Well, it's gonna be kind of down to luck anyway. The way he, like, falls down there without landing on the middle platform, the core fundamentals of Prince of Persia mechanics are not intact in this version. They were a bit funky in the CPC version, but they weren't this funky. Like, the sneak step doesn't move as far as it should. In fact, I'm struggling to come up with, like, almost any single thing that fully works the way I would expect it to. The range for picking up items is also much shorter here. Which, I mean, it isn't necessarily a bad thing, because you can actually grab stuff from very awkward ranges. Like, you can accidentally grab something from much further than you might want to. So if I tap... Oh, that actually worked out. That's not at all what I intended to do, but it got me closer to the ledge. But you can see here, like, it still doesn't look like I'm as close to the ledge as you could possibly get.
Alright, well, we got him. This is intense. Like, it's kind of terrifying when things are just, like... When things are, like, difficult when they shouldn't be. Okay, so down... Do I have to press down and action? I'm confused. I still don't know how I actually pick up stuff. No! Oh, okay. I held shift and he sat crouched, and then I let go of shift and then he got impaled. I forgot that you can't, like... At least half the reason that move exists is just not a thing in this version. You cannot prevent yourself from falling off ledges. You can't position yourself directly at a ledge by using the step. This version is messy, but I assure you things will get significantly messier than this. It's like they added these little half-length, half-width tiles to give me a little margin to step on, because otherwise I would just fall off the ledge. But it's crazy. Like, I guess we don't have developer credits on, you know, in the menu and the attract mode in this version, but you can tell the Amiga version, you know, that had a lot of the same credits as the DOS version, directed by Jordan Mechner. Clearly, there were people involved making sure that it actually played correctly. This, you know, someone made their best guess as to how the game's supposed to function by, like, looking at it. And, like, I guess some things are kind of correct, but a lot of details are very much not. So I dare say... Well, I was going to say, I dare say this is our first bad version. I don't think we can really say that the CPC version was good. Okay, so I have to, like, sneak back and forth in this very strange way. Guess I can... Okay, so if I climb down and climb back up, I don't think I'll actually get any closer to the ledge than this, so let's just jump from here. Okay. Now I'm like, what killed me last time? Right, the health extension, because I was trying to step out to the ledge so that I can turn around and climb down, which is like how you do that in every other version. But in this version, you can't do that. What you can do, evidently, not if I'm that close to the ledge, but crouching does move me forward. I think we'll just do that. Okay. The physics of the jumps is all fucked up too. The step here is too short. It's like they make the steps shorter to accommodate, like, to make it less likely that you would step over an edge, not taking into account that you're not supposed to be able to do that in the first place. Like, the game, well, it's not that you can't do it, it's that the game should stop you. If I were to take a step to the left here, it should stop me at the very edge. But this version doesn't do that. But also, like, the length of the jumps, like, everything is a bit finicky and strange. Okay, I don't know if I mistimed that or if crouching to not take damage isn't a thing. Again, we got another bizarre half tile. They're all over the place. See, like, I was on the very edge. Like, I should have been able to make that jump. But yet, in this version, and now, like, fuck, how do I even... I have to jump from here. Okay, I was able to reach the ledge still. Like, all these things that are supposed to be very crystal clear, like, this is the tile length, this is what you can do, like, kind of a crapshoot. The weird, like, exploding drum noises from the running. Like, I can't... It's not helped by the fact that the tile... There's no edges between the tiles. Okay, that's supposed to be... You're not supposed to see the platform here. It's like, I can't get... Oh, no, I forgot this. I forgot what we're playing. I forgot that you just can't do that. As far as drinking, it's not a matter of delay. It's just that the controls, like, I'm apparently not pressing the right thing to actually collect it to drink. So, like, in the original, in most versions of this game, you press the action button to drink a potion, but it kind of looks like the crouch animation, and it's on the floor, so you might instinctively assume that you press down. I pressed upright, but I guess you can run across one tile gaps in this version. Actually, let's try that. Nope, not there. I guess it's not consistent. And I guess it's true in some versions you can sort of kind of do that sometimes, but it's not consistent there either. Sometimes you just kind of manage to run off a ledge and grab... Oh my, this is infuriating, because I can't, like... This version is just messed up. Like, you don't end up where you're supposed to on individual tiles. Oh my god. I guess I've barely done running jumps, so I haven't gotten a feel for those yet. You have to do this, like, awkward combination of steps and crouches. Like, the step goes shorter than it should, but it goes far enough that it's easy to overshoot the edge and just falling down. Okay. Oh, that's way too early. But the timing is... Oh, fuck the door. I don't even know how to do this. Because you're supposed to, like, barely make this. Are those tiles not loose? Well, falling down like I did here and grab the ledge would... Oh my... Jesus Christ. Would probably screw me up in other versions too. But in this version, the doors close super fast. Now, I don't know if, like, the time from hitting the switch to the door shutting completely could be the same. I don't know. But the actual animation of the door closing is fast in this, in a way that it is not in the original. I crouched. Okay, I didn't fall down. Oh, I actually ended up a pixel closer. Okay, I want to try something. There's no way this is going to work. No, okay. I just wanted to check. There are versions. I think the Mega Drive version, for example, you can actually get a running jump going in 2 tiles. You're supposed to require 3 tiles, but in that version, you can actually do it with 2 tiles. I was on this awkward platform that's 1 plus 1.5 plus 1/2, which I guess would equal 2, and I couldn't get the jump out, but it's hard to say how much range I actually need in this version. Now, the other thing about having range to get a running start
is I can't get myself to the very edge of a platform. So it's hard to know how much range I actually have. Greetings, Laszlo. Yeah, you can see down here below, you have the information about the game that is currently being played. So here it's like, okay, how do I make sure... Can I do this? Okay, that's probably the best I can do. Totally missed. I didn't even reach the ledge. Like, I don't have a feel for how to time the jumps. And it's not helped by the fact that we can't see the floor tiles. But basically, to get that... To get to that door before it closes, you need to do running jumps to cover those gaps and not grab the ledge and climb up because it takes too long. Yeah, the SAM Coupé is a computer platform that I basically know nothing about. It was not a popular platform where I lived. Okay, we got it. Are you serious? It closed before we even got to this screen. Did anyone test this? Is this doable? Okay, let's... Oh, so that is a loose tile. It's supposed to be clear. But, oh yeah, you can go over here and there's like nothing here, by the way. I mean, there's not nothing here, but you can't, like, it's pointless. Well, I'm not worried about how good or bad SAM Coupé games are. That's not really a relevant question. I mean, it's kind of a senseless thing to play one game and say, well, this is what everything for this is like. Once again, we're being gate-kept, quite literally this time, and prevented from getting to see what the palace levels look like. Now, I guess it would be slightly less exciting here, because it would be... Graphics are basically ported from the DOS version, albeit a bit messed up. G-Source. This version is difficult, but mostly because it's fucked up. Which I guess is true for most versions that are fucked up, I guess. I guess you can stand here. So I can show this. I didn't show this before. This is where you find the health extension on this level. Yeah, it's worth mentioning for people who weren't around at the time or, you know, geographically are unaware. But Europe was by no stretch any kind of monolithic singular market. Europe consisted of a lot of different markets. So you can kind of tell that the traps are like skinnier in this version. They're usually like in the PC version, they're wider than the main character, but here, because of the resolution, the character is like wider, but the graphics for the excuse me, for the traps are like squashed. I couldn't remember if you can time it that way. I was pretty sure you could not, but I figured it might be different here anyway. But honestly, well, okay, hang on. I was gonna say, legitimately, I don't know if we can complete this, because it seems like the door just shuts with a completely different time, like it's much faster. But it could be that fucking around on the button actually is causing problems. So let's listen to the sound. The boom, pow, boom, pow. Like, I don't know why it's making that noise, but those are my footsteps. I mean, I know why it's making those noise. It's my footsteps. I don't know why my footsteps sound like that. So those are just footstep noises. They're also just as loud when I sneak, which makes no sense. Now I'm going to step on this switch. When I step on the switch, it's going to open the gate. You hear that?
in most versions of this game, in good versions of this game, standing on this switch will keep the door open. Moving, okay. Usually if I step off the switch, I also end up stepping off the switch. Here it's weirdly ambiguous, I guess. I guess you can't stand on those fucking half tiles. What I was trying to illustrate was I was trying to step off of the switch and listen to the sound. Because what's supposed to happen is there's a timer, there's a delay. As soon as you step off the switch, there's a timer. When that timer ends, the door begins to close. And the door closing goes like tick, 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 and it slowly closes. And you can hear that sound, even if you're not on the same screen. So in most versions, the sound that we just heard, that's more of the sound of the door closing. And then when it's opening, it goes like just much faster. What I was trying to determine here is if... do this. I just fucking still almost fell down. You hear that? There were like four clicks. Tick, 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 and then it's closed. That's all the time it takes from the beginning of the door starting to close to the door being completely closed. I'm gonna try... okay, so it's opening now. Let me try to like... at like 13 seconds. Okay, that's about what I wanted to find out. I figured there was something going on there. In this case, I stepped off the switch and there was like a second and a half before it started closing. I think what's happening in this version is that the timer keeps going even if I'm standing on the switch. Like the first time I hit the switch is when the timer activates. Yeah, okay. So I think what I need to do is to find a way to... because in proper versions of this game, all that matters is the time from when you leave the switch. But here, it seemed to me as though the door started closing almost immediately in that one example when I tried it. So I think I probably need to find a way to step on the switch and then quickly get... okay, I tapped the jump and he just ran, but that's a weird... oh, well... whatever, it's a fucking mystery. Okay. But you see there, it was already closing. Like, we didn't have a ton of time. But I think that was the key. The fact that it's... like, it could be that stepping... like, that you keep it open by continuing to stand on the switch. That's possible. I guess we have to learn how to get through these. Which, by the way, we can't... oh my god, I just realized... level 8's gonna be fucking impossible because we can't use the sneak steps to navigate those traps. It literally, I don't know how we're gonna be able to do it. But it seems presumptuous to assume that we will make it to level 8. I'm just glad we didn't get fully blocked by that. So it will be interesting to see if we die here before finishing the level, which is entirely possible. If this version has the checkpoint. Because the checkpoint is by that potion. The skeleton has actually more shading in this version than in the DOS version. The footsteps alternate between sound channels. It does seem that way. I didn't notice that until you said it, but yeah. The resolution is different, and it's like compressed and weird. And he doesn't holster his sword. Okay. This is like a one tile gap, and I'm still like scared about how to cross it. Well, we did it. Okay, we made it to the palace levels. Interesting. There's no palace tile set in this version. It's just a different color dungeon tile set. Well, actually, the pillars are different, I guess. Like, there's some details are different, but the tiles themselves are the same. Okay. I guess that works. Yeah, like the windows. The way you, like, awkwardly stop mid-jump, I guess that's, like, not quite a full-width tile gap. That's why I could grab it there. The fact that this game has, like, half-width tiles, or half-tile gaps, so fucked up. Oh yeah, I guess we'll get to see what the, Shadow Prince looks like. We didn't get, that's the, you know, well, see, I can see that this is a narrow gap, so I can do, what the heck? It's a narrow gap, but I still couldn't grab the ledge. Level 4 is the introduction of the Palace tile set, as well as the Shadow Prince. Those are two things we get to see what they're like. But yeah, so this game uses like art assets. I'm not gonna make the jump. Yeah. From the DOS version. The characters are mostly like intact the way they are. But so the screens, some of the screens have been slightly edited in terms of the layout. But by and large, they made edits to fit the same layouts on the screen, but there's like fewer tiles per screen, and /or some tiles like aren't full width. It's super strange, but because there's no marking on like the tile edges, scared it would fall through there. It's hard to count. Like, you can't really see. Like, they could easily have a platform that has like an extra half tile width, but you wouldn't be able to tell because you don't see where one tile begins and one ends. Scary. Okay, mirror. Okay, there's a mirror. Okay. Was he like vaguely beige or yellow, or was he exactly identical? I couldn't quite tell. The least cool looking Shadow Prince so far. He was the same. Yeah, I figured. So, yeah, level 4 isn't difficult. There's not even that much fighting in it, for that matter. So it might be tempting to presume that we will now have smooth progress going forward. We might for a few levels, but
Bear in mind, level 6 has the boss fight. I guess I'm not super worried about that, but level 7, and especially level 8, has a good bit of precision. Okay, that's a weirdly small gap. That gap's supposed to be wider. Did you see how far I jutted to the left there? So I don't want to push this guy down to that ledge, because that's going to make it really awkward to try to fight him. Luckily, I guess maybe we figured out the combat strategy. Let them walk into your range and attack them, and that's literally it, maybe? If you have enough room... He changed color palettes. Not fast, but... I guess that the ranges here are a bit messed up too. Yeah, literally, I wasn't tapping or holding or doing anything. When you land the killing blow, you just attack again. For no clear reason. Huh. Okay. That's... that's not how AI is supposed to work. They're not supposed to engage in combat on the other side of a loose tile, much less then proceed to step on that tile. I mean, makes my life easier. Okay, okay. Actually, that would be super hilarious if we can use that to our advantage in level 6. I forget exactly how the layout works. 28. The game also doesn't... I just pressed space there to get the time. But the game hasn't automatically given us... Even this is gonna be fucking awkward. Oh my god, I wasn't ready. Alright, okay. That's what I get. The hubris. I probably could have taken a step back, and it probably would have worked. It's awkward. See, you're supposed to not be able to do a running jump here, because it'll, you know, it'll clear the gap, but you'll jump right into the spikes. That's very funny. But in this version, I don't even know. This gap is also smaller than it's supposed to be. Okay. I started holding the key before the level started. Okay. Oh. Try that again. You got the image from WoW ROMs. You used Retro Virtual Machine. That sounds good. I'll if you're on Discord, I can't remember. Would you mind please posting that there as well? I will look into it. Alright, totally mistimed that. I don't know if you can crouch to avoid damage in this. I wouldn't take it for granted, but... I'm greatly amused and kind of relieved, I guess you could call it, with the fact that you can just have dudes walk over loose tiles. It kind of makes life a little... Yeah, see, this is... There's some puzzles here
where the layout just messes things up. The crouching to avoid filing tall damage deliberate? I have no idea. I just know that it tends to work. And oh my god, is this... Oh, yep. Okay. I'm holding shift, but as soon as I let go, I'm dead. You can see the flames were even like paused. I just realized, so there's like, both of these gaps are like 1.5 tile wide. So I don't think you can actually cover this entire thing. Right. I can't get close enough to the ledge to guaranteed make that jump by just like turning around. It's so fucking stupid. If I hold upright, yeah, I just can't make that jump. Ugh. Fuck off. 26. Like 26 minutes in level 7 is like cutting it kind of tight, especially presuming that, you know, things will continue to take, you know, if that's indicative of the pace. At that pace, you're probably not finishing. But even, it's entirely like 26 minutes is more than enough to finish the rest of the game. But like level 8 took us like 15 minutes or something. Of course, I like kept fucking up. Combat does, like, I don't know, at this point at least, has seemingly become quite trivial in this version. Which means that extra health is actually not... doesn't make a huge difference. Which means we could actually... like, the bottom route to get the extra health, which technically isn't... like, you don't have to take that route to get to it, it's just, like, the simpler way of doing it. I guess we can take this route now, if I remember what I'm even supposed to do here. We cannot, because door timings are all fucked in this version. I guess the switch up top there opens those doors. But generally it seems like doors close much faster here. So I don't know if, like, a running... I didn't get... like, I fucked up the running jump, right? So... I think you might be able to do a running jump to get across that, but... see? Like, this version also doesn't... it's funny because it doesn't quite feel the same way as in the Mega Drive version, but it's, like, similar in that it doesn't lock you into the tile position correctly. Or maybe it does lock you into the tile position correctly, but you're just like on a fucking half tile. Yep, that's not enough. Wrong way. I can't even remember how I cleared this gap before. Maybe I just did this. Fucked up. But yeah, so like level 8 has quite a few guards in it. But they're not really what I would be too nervous about. It's more about traps and like required precision, not to mention door timing. So like when you run through the upper level, that's right, jumping doesn't push you forward in this version. The timing is such that you can literally just keep going. Like, once you kill the guard, you get through the gate, there's a
bunch of screens where you just run through, and I have no idea if that's true in this version. And if that's not true, then I don't know the timing, and I'm gonna have some trouble with it. And then at the end of all, like at the very end, like the final obstacle, basically at the end of level 8, before the mouse comes to open the door, is like stepping through 2 jaw traps that are very precariously placed. I'm not fast enough. The doors are closed. Oh, or so I thought. I jumped on the... Okay. That was scary. I'm not used to taking this route, and this version's all messed up. How's dealing with this guy gonna go? Okay. Worked out. We're not done just yet. I have no idea what's going on with the sound. Don't stop here. Okay, I don't know what's a good way to get through this. Not that, apparently. Missed the button. So fucking messed up. Part of me feels like I want there to be a way to like weirdly finagle yourself to that, to jump directly to the green potion. Pretty sure that's not a thing. Because for as weird as the jumps are, they they don't typically tend to give you extra momentum in the air. It's more the opposite. You sort of awkwardly stop in midair. I mean, the character just moves very jerkily on screen in general. Like, even the animation, like the graphics are, of course, taken from the DOS version, but the way the individual animation frames are aligned doesn't seem like it's matched the same way. Like, you know, when you do a jump like this, yeah, in the other versions, it sort of shifts a little back and forth, but it's not quite accurate. It's not the same. And that goes for a lot of things. It's not like specific to that. I think those are the doors on the top floor closing that we just heard. And yeah, now these just close. Yep, I figured. That's so fucking stupid. If that situation even could occur, which I'm not sure, like standing up getting you killed by the spikes is so stupid. Now, of course, in that particular screen, you're not supposed to be able to survive falling down there, but it still upsets me when things kill you for like the wrong reason. Yeah, Laszlo, this is what this is what bad versions of this game are like. When the rules that govern the game, the carefully crafted mechanics, are just not respected and represented correctly. And I think we're gonna be in for a ride with quite a few of these versions. I know for a fact that there are versions that are similar, or, you know, exhibit similar traits to this, where it's just not consistent. Physics are strange. And you just, you know, you have to rely on luck significantly more than you're supposed to. Greetings, White Buffalo. Should I just have kept right? I don't even know. Like, how do I make this jump correctly? Just gotta get lucky.
Because there's like no way to position myself carefully. Okay, well, I think we're fucked. I don't think we can... See, this guy's supposed to keep chasing me. I mentioned this whenever this happened in the other versions. Like, oh, we're lucky. He keeps going. He drops down the ledge. But now, I probably will get killed. Well, okay. I got lucky there because he fucking mistimed his attack entirely. So that's good. But yeah, there are other versions where he doesn't follow. And he just attacks you as you're climbing up. And you die instantly because he's attacking you while you don't have your sword out. I didn't want to stop in between there because I figured I might still slip into the traps. That turned out to be a prudent strategic choice. Okay. Down. Okay. I guess I finished drinking it. No sound effect, no nothing. That's hilarious. The fucking slow fall is basically indistinguishable from the fast fall. If this was the version I played, I would have been so confused about what happened there. I'm at a loss for words. All right, mouse level 8. So this is the real test, the real run killer. We're here at 1859. Slow fall replaced with strong legs. Yeah, I guess. I'm intrigued to see just like where things will expose themselves as all kinds of messed up here in this level. Why do I like, oh my god. So I can't like, if I drop down here, whatever. There's so many things that are just ain't right. It ain't right. So these two spikes, I think, are supposed to be on adjacent tiles. But in this version, we have this weird-ass half tile in between, which gives me no faith that I could just do a running jump across there, which is what I would otherwise always do. There's a single spike on this. I guess 2 single spikes. At least you can still jump and sort of run. Like the spikes triggering still seems to be mostly correct. I guess I should try to look at these the path above here. Like that looks like it's a gap you can, yeah, those are that you could stand jump across, but I don't think you could in this version. But again, because we can't see the tiles. We can't see the tile borders, basically. We cannot... Yeah, see the tile jutting out above there is like a 1.5 tile. Like, there's a lot of things we can't properly intuit from observation. Because, yeah, the definition of tiles and ledges and whatever else just... isn't quite there. Look how close he is to the edge of the screen. Holy shit. Actually, does this even work? It doesn't turn around, but let's see if... okay, this jump's a lot shorter than it's supposed to be, but I still can barely fucking make it. Oh, I hate stuff like this. Having to turn around and do a standing jump is supposed to be the most trivial thing in the game. But, you can't make those jumps. Luckily, he just fucking whiffed. Oh, you know what? In this version... Oh, I fucked it up, of course. I was gonna say, I actually kind of want him to die on the button, because it keeps the doors open. Which isn't usually... like, it doesn't matter that much. But in this version, it might. Okay, that worked. Okay, I guess I thought there was one other big jump, but... There's supposed to be a fucking jaw trap on this screen. But there isn't. Oh, this fucking... That, like, the timer for that door was definitely not extended the way it's supposed to be. I'm gonna wait for that to close and pray to God that this is gonna work. I fucking didn't land on the switch. I stepped over the switch. Are you joking? Like, this game finds new ways to just utterly baffle. So the loose tile has been dropped there. Oh, yeah, you can't make this jump. Okay, so holding the direction also freezes the game until you let go before the spikes come out. That is a hilarious way to die in this level. So I wasn't sure. I was thinking, okay, this can go wrong in a number of ways. I thought maybe the door won't have time to open until I jump across. So I'll maybe bump into it and fall down in some strange way. I thought maybe there's going to be some weird interaction like that. I thought, I don't know if I have enough room to actually get a running jump, so I might not be able to jump across. Oh no. The thought that in that distance I would run across those tiles and be able to get a jump, but somehow not touch the switch. The thought did not occur to me. Retrograde Tom is raiding. Welcome, everyone. We're exploring different versions of Prince of Persia. We had some technical difficulties with the Amstrad CPC version, so we had to kind of abort, and we'll return to that another time. And we have since endeavored to try to make sense of the Sam Coupé version. It is turning out to be a bit of a struggle. The graphics are largely ported over from the DOS version, so it looks pretty alright. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. But the gameplay mechanics and the rules and the physics and the controls and the tiles and everything is a little bit peculiar, let's say. I guess... Yeah, so the little sneaky step here is shorter than it's supposed to be. But it does get the job done. Well, it gets some of the job done. Oh, that was a way early jump. Yep, of course. I also love Prince of Persia. It's basically my favorite game of all time, which is why I wanted to explore, maybe not literally technically every single, but most versions of this game. This is our second stream doing this, and this is currently game number 5. There are 24 all in all that we will play. See, I stepped over the button again. Unbelievable. Oh, of course, and now I'm dead. So this is like the hardest level in the versions that actually play well. This version does not play well. I want to say that I have definitely played versions that are more cursed than this, but this one has a laundry list of kind of unique ways in which it is cursed. Like, the controls aren't bad necessarily, but there's a lot of strange things about it, like that.
I did a little sneaky step and he still walked over the edge, which is not supposed to happen. This is the Sam Coupé version. The Atari ST version will be the one after this, but we're not going to be playing that tonight because we've been going for quite a while, and this will be the last game of tonight's stream. Okay, sure. I could tell that I was dead because I held up forward to jump, and I could tell that the game was frozen. Because apparently if you hold a key when you get impaled on a spike in this version, the game just freezes until you let go, at which point you then get officially impaled. In my experience and to my knowledge, there are other versions. Like, on the face of it, I know that the character movement is super messed up in the Master System version, for example. Like, I've played that. I've played through a couple of levels of it. But it was not very recently. So, in my memory, that version is, like, more jacked than this one. I think I was unable to get past, like, level 5. But it could be that it's, like, more obviously and more overtly messed up. And maybe there are, like, specific things. Like, I think Sharpie... Okay, that should not have killed me. That's okay. I think Sharpie beat the Master System version. He would have beat the Genesis, the US version. Now, the American Mega Drive version is significantly easier than the PAL one for one very obvious reason. And that is that the PAL version adds an additional 4 levels. But it's kind of similar to this in that, like, the tiles don't, like, the game doesn't properly respect some of the tile rules, and, like, it just becomes weirdly inconsistent as a result of it. The combat's also messed up in that version in a way that makes it more difficult. Okay, that just does work. Okay. No, I'm gonna die. That was literally the exact same thing I did last time. That's, like... Being very familiar with good versions of this game makes this so much harder, because you instinctively expect things to work because they do in the original, or in any good version. Well, the combat's still not the way it's supposed to be. It's not good. The combat's definitely a bit messed up in this version, but it's not nearly as messed up as it is in the Mega Drive version. The Mega Drive version is messed up, like the combat specifically, is messed up in a few different ways. But the biggest thing in this version, like, the hardest types of jumps basically to do here is, like, when you're supposed to, well, I shouldn't say the hardest, because running jumps are also messed up, but when you're supposed to, like, just get yourself to the edge of a tile to do a standing jump, like climbing up here, turning around, you would expect to be at the edge of the tile. You are not. And then you go, oh, let me just take a step to get to the edge of the tile. Nope, you can't do that in this version. So, like, there are countless places in this game where you're expected to be, you climb up a ledge, you turn around, and then from here, you do a standing jump to cover a 2-tile gap, or a 3-tile gap with a ledge grab. But you can't really do that in this version. So if I tap crouch, oh no, I was too close there. But, like, in some cases, we can end up in, like, just the right position. It's a bit messed up. Marty.zone, greetings. I will... apologies, not be taking any box art reviews currently. We're kind of at the tail end of the stream here, but I will refund you your channel points, and you're more than welcome to request the same box for review at a future date. Yes, the Amiga version was the first one we played today, and it's not that interesting, because it's basically the DOS version, but it sounds a little tinnier and it runs a bit worse. But that also means that it's a good version. After that, we tried playing the Amstrad CPC version, which had some slightly jacked mechanics similar to this, but when I say similar to this, I don't mean in magnitude, or really in... The tiles being like uneven and weird means that it's super difficult to actually predict how you need to time running jumps. But it's extremely messed up that like running jumps are supposed to be like the quick and not even necessarily risky, but like scary way to get over. It's like, you know, getting through spikes. The beginner way is just to sneak through them. The pro way is to like, oh my god. See, the way you like slip over ledges and stuff here, that's not supposed to happen. That's certainly not supposed to be that ambiguous. Like either something behaves a certain way or it doesn't. There's so many interactions here that just end up unpredictable in ways that does not make sense. Level 8 is like kind of my favorite. I think it's the coolest level, but it is the hardest level, and it is certainly the most frustrating. See, I ran off the ledge there, and I did not fall down. Oh my god, okay. See, that would have actually killed me probably in other versions, but in this version, doing a vertical jump doesn't actually move you forward. Crouching does, though, which it did not seem to do in the CPC version. Anyway, sorry, I got myself sidetracked. I was mentioning how we play the Amiga version. I think I got sidetracked from about 3 different trains of thought, but the Amiga version, good, but not that interesting. That was a poorly timed job. I should not even... That's supposed to be the quick way to do it, but even trying to step through them slowly in this version is like weirdly, not unreliable, but just weird. But I could have saved myself some time and trouble if I just did that. Times... I can't check the time, maybe because we're in combat. There we go, 4 minutes. Oh, that's... okay. Somehow that was enough. Can I take a sneak step here? Okay, just barely. You don't make that... It's... oh my... Every single jump interaction is so messed up because it's like supposed to be a certain way and it isn't. We had a bunch of technical issues with the CPC version, which was otherwise quite interesting. And the combat was very difficult. So we kind of... well, we didn't give up because the combat was difficult. We were stuck in Stage 2 for a very long time, because Stage 2 is quite combat heavy. But we finished Stage 2, and then the game wouldn't load Stage 3. So we kind of aborted, and we'll probably come back to it next stream. I got some troubleshooting advice from chat, which I... will should be able to implement by the time we stream next. What hardware is this? Well, I'm emulating, but I'm emulating a computer called a Sam Coupé, which I'm not particularly familiar with, but it had a version of Prince of Persia released on it, so we're playing it. You can find the information about the current game right beneath my camera view here. We're getting some late raiders. So the combat's definitely a bit jacked in this version. There's plenty of details about it that don't function the way they're supposed to. Funny thing there about him doing a little extra attack at the end for no reason. Cracks me up. At least that doesn't cause problems. But like changing positions, like swapping places with opponents appears to not be possible in this version. And I've seen that in other versions too. Yeah, those like explosion noises, those are my footsteps, by the way. Oh my, I forgot. I tried to play this game like Prince of Persia, and I forgot that you can't do that. Ugh. That just frustrated me because I got stuck
on the stupid spikes at the beginning for so long, and I was just excited to get to the actual interesting part of the level, and then I screwed it up by forgetting that you can't play this like you're supposed to. It just doesn't work. I don't think there's anything unofficial about this. It has a Broderbund and Domark logos on the title screen and everything, but it's definitely not ported from the source code. Like, that much is quite evident, because it doesn't play properly. But that's not unique to this version. No, why did I... Okay, well, it just worked, I guess. And yeah, I mean, like, I would not take access to source code as, like, a given, and in some cases, I guess, depending on who was doing it and what methodology that they were using and what even they could necessarily get out of looking at the source code. I mean, needless to say, source code access is inherently superior to, you know, guesswork. But the errors present, or inaccuracies, or whatever, differences, whatever you want to call them, however, whatever degree of charitability you're targeting, I feel like source code access wouldn't necessarily... Like, there's a lot of specifics about how Prince of Persia works, a lot of details that you might struggle to recreate. Like, there's a lot of specifics about how the movement works and the tiles and everything that, yeah, it'd be difficult. Like, even if I could describe how it should work, even if I could identify when something doesn't work correctly... See, why did I not make that jump? It's a mystery. That doesn't mean I'd be able to actually rebuild it, you know? But a lot of these bad ports strangely appear to have problems that are just so far beyond... See, he just missed there. That should have killed me. But it's good that it doesn't, because I don't know if I could even have avoided it. Okay, so him dying on the Switch is supposed to be a great thing. But given this version's weirdness... Yep, it was not a great thing. Because it changed the timing. Okay, it's important that this tile doesn't get destroyed. I ran out of time. Okay. Well, there we go. Okay. No Hourglass, no Princess, no Jafar. The end. Well, I'm honestly glad that we were at least able to play the full hour. Because it meant that we got a full representative experience of this game. This extended music theme is pretty cool. That's like totally unique to this version. The timer will never be fully, like, you should never expect it to game over at an exactly 1 hour, because there's like cutscenes, there's probably load times, there's screen transitions. There's plenty of time when the game should not be counting. Of course, I've never measured it to see what it should be. But I think it feels like it was probably more accurate. Like, I would assume that was more accurate than the Apple II version. But Apple II, like, well, I guess that's not the right way of phrasing it, but... you kind of don't want it to be real time if the game slows down. If the game has slowdown, you would want the clock to slow down too. So you don't necessarily... I mean, I guess this version does not run at a super consistent speed. In fact, most versions don't. But it's... You still kind of want it to... you don't necessarily want the clock to be perfect if the game isn't running at a perfect speed. So I think about 1 hour 14 for the hour-long run. That sounds about right.
Messy version. I'm very, like, after the CPC debacle, I'm just glad that we were able to actually properly play this. But I'm gonna get this off screen, and I probably should have paused to do this before. I didn't really think to. Apologies. But here we are. Here's our game list. The versions that we're playing in mostly, largely, as best as possible, in chronological order. There's a lot of reasons why the clock is probably not, like, it doesn't matter, right? Like, it doesn't matter for the experience or for immersion or for anything else that it is exactly an hour. It just needs to be an hour for narrative purposes, and it needs to be close enough to real time to give the intended feeling, you know? And beyond that, I'm not too concerned. It really only, like, the only reason really I feel like we've been talking about it is that it was surprising to me that the Apple II, like, we ran so close to the end of the timer in the Apple II version relative to how well we were doing in the game, based on my experience playing other versions. We ended up with like 7 minutes left or something, and by comparison, we cleared the Amiga version with 9 minutes left, and we did way worse. We took way more deaths in the Amiga version. I got so hard stuck on level 8 in that version too, and we still had, like, it felt about on par with the DOS version, where we finished the DOS version with about 15 minutes left, and we did better than we did in the Apple II run, but it didn't feel like we did like 8 minutes better. And then in the Amiga version, like, yeah, we did worse, but we still had more time left than in the Apple II version. The artwork that you're seeing in the back there is the Super Famicom box art by Katsuya Terada, which is, of course, pretty much the most amazing artist on planet Earth, who did a fair amount of really incredible video game artworks and box arts, but a lot of other things too. Anywho, this is our little record here. So Amstrad CPC has a little cross there to indicate that if we didn't give it really a proper assessment, well, I should say this, we don't have a proper result. We got a little trophy for the games that we completed, and for Amstrad CPC, we got a cross there to indicate that we didn't achieve victory, but we didn't achieve defeat either. We aborted it for now. However, Sam Coupé version gets a skull because we did not achieve victory, but we did achieve defeat. Now we have to think of what's an appropriate review score for this version. And I'm a little unsure here. Let me consult my my database here to make sure that we get a proper, because, you know, thinking about it, it's weird. It's bad, but it's weird. And it's like, I know that there are versions that are uglier and also worse. I don't think this is not the, you know, it's the worst version so far, but I don't know exactly, you know, the CPC version, assuming we can run it properly, I'm probably not going to dislike it as much as this, because this had pretty specifically infuriating issues. But I want to make sure that just because it's the worst version so far, and it's not a version I would recommend or want to play, that it's, you know, maybe not the I want to make sure that there's room on the scale still for you know, in either direction. But I think after deliberation, we're getting it an exasperated, wary face, because I think that's how I feel right now. I feel quite exasperated. It's a bit of a chore to play, but it's like, it looks good. I mean, it looks the way you would want it to, I guess. It looks fine. Like, it's only specific, like, in a way, it behaves enough like it's supposed to make it clear, or, you know, to make the moments where it doesn't really stand out. And I think the Mega Drive version is even more, like, even closer to that. But I can think of, like I said, the Master System version. I think probably like the Game Boy and NES versions, I think, are all pretty messed up too. Those are like so messed up that it doesn't even resemble Prince of Persia at all. And this like resembles it just enough to be extra annoying when it messes up, but maybe not to be quite as off-putting. Like that can make it infuriating in its own right, but I think maybe it's, I don't know, maybe some of these assessments will have to be recalibrated over time when we have a bigger frame of reference. It's possible. But, safe to say, the Sam Coupé, if we want to apply an alternate binary review scale of, is this a good version or a bad version? Sam Coupé is clearly on the bad version side of that divide. The jury's still out on the Amstrad CPC version. I think based on my experience, I would not place it in the good column, but I don't think I gave it a fair shot because of the technical issues. So I want to give it a second go and see if I can make a proper assessment of whether it's a good version or a bad version or wherever it is in between. So there you have it. There's the status for now. I expect that we will probably reconvene for more Prince of Persia exploration on Saturday. That is not a promise, but I believe that that's a likely outcome. So if you want to see, I guess we will most likely do the CPC version and the Atari ST version. And next up will be the PC98 version. If I stream on Saturday, it's not unlikely that I'll be able to do a little bit of a longer stream. And we were able to squeeze in 3 games now, but that was kind of on account of the CPC version. We kind of aborted that. We didn't spend the full time with it. So I reckon, I don't know. I want to make sure to give the PC98 version its full attention that it needs, but I also expect that to be a relatively smooth experience to actually just finish and play through. I don't know. We'll just have to take it as it comes. But most likely on Saturday, we will do the Atari ST version, and if I can get the CPC version sorted by then, and if I determine off stream that it is worth a second look, I expect that to be the case, but there is a scenario in which I look at it off stream and figure that we actually got a proper enough experience of it. That seems extremely unlikely, but I don't want to rule out the possibility entirely. Either way, we should hopefully be able to cover 2 or 3 versions in that stream, probably on Saturday. But this will be it for me tonight. I have an appointment tomorrow morning. I need to get going. Need to get some sleep. I want to thank everyone for tuning in, hanging out. It's been fun. It will continue to be fun, I'm sure. Thanks again, Tom, for the big raid. And thank you for new followers. Let me find someplace else to send you guys to now that we're done here. And I think, let's see here. Retro Demiurgy is doing a partner push that seems like a effort worth supporting. So let's go check out some Rolling Thunder on the NES. Looks like a good time. Thank you very much for hanging out again. I'll see you next. Goodbye and take care.